All right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to this meeting of the Pima County Board of Supervisors. Going to start with item number 1 on the agenda, which is roll call by our clerk, Ms. Manriquez, to establish quorum.
Supervisor Allen.
Here.
Supervisor Cano.
Here.
Supervisor Christie.
Here.
Supervisor Hines. Chair Scott.
Here.
Let the record show Supervisor Christie is participating remotely. Supervisor Hines is not present. All other board members are present.
All right, thank you, Ms. Manriquez. We're now going to go to item number 2 on the agenda, which is the Pledge of Allegiance. It's going to be led by Brent Woods. Mr. Woods is a plans examiner with our Development Services Department. If everybody could please rise.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. We'll now move to item number 3, which is the land acknowledgement statement. This is going to be offered by Justine Hernandez. Ms. Hernandez is a librarian at the Ekstrom Columbus Library. Ms. Hernandez, oh, is she online? Okay.
Hi there. On behalf of Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations that served as caretakers of this land from time immemorial and respectfully acknowledge the ancestral homeland of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the multi-millennial presence of the Pascua Yaqui tribe within Pima County. Consistent with Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion, we strive toward building equal partner relationships with Arizona's tribal nations.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Appreciate you very much. And we're now going to go to item number 4, which is
Mr. Chair?
Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Christie. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, could I have a moment of personal privilege, please?
You certainly can.
I'd like to acknowledge the passing of a great citizen of our community and acknowledge that his work is appreciated all of his life. Joe Caesar passed away recently. Joe was a native Tucsonan. I think he was born somewhere around Ajo and 13th, went to Sunnyside and University of Arizona, did a small stint in the service. And then after a few years, went into the real estate business and was very productive in that capacity. One of his biggest contributions is at 5151 East Broadway. That was quite a large building at the time, still is, and was well known in the real estate community. Also, on a personal level, he was very much involved in his church. He was an active member of the Tucson Conquistadors. He was involved in politics and all sorts of community activities and good causes. He'll be greatly missed. He'll be warmly remembered. And I'd like to ask if we could, just for a quick moment of silence in Joe Caesar's memory.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. Did any other board member want to take a moment of personal privilege? All right, thank you. We'll then move to agenda item number 4. This is Pause for Pause, and we have one of our friends from the Pima Animal Care Center with one of her friends, and we'll turn it over to you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So I am here with the fluffiest little floofball from PAC. His name is Herbert, and he is one of 4 siblings and about 500 other dogs and about 150 cats that are all looking for homes at Pima Animal Care Center this week. So we would love to see everybody down. We are doing free adoptions for all dogs, just while we try to get our census down a little bit. As a reminder, we are expecting, hopefully, some rain this week. And just for any of you with pets, just a reminder, please make sure to check your gates, check your yards anytime we have storms. Gates blow open and dogs go missing all the time. PAC is also offering free pet tags for every day at Pima Animal Care Center during open hours to help make sure that any of your lost pets can definitely get home. And then if you guys are going and looking and trying to find that perfect new pet, we do have many other animals like Herbert here who would love to come and meet you guys this week.
All right. Thank you very much. All right, now we'll go back on the regular agenda adjustments. Ms. Manriquez.
Yes. On the regular agenda, page 3, item 11, under County Administrator, this is the proposed policy for non-disclosure agreements in economic development projects. This item will be heard after executive session. On page 4, item 13, under County Administrator, the consideration of Regional Transportation Authority resolution to conduct an election. This item will be heard at a time certain of 10 a.m. On the addendum agenda, page 1, items 1 and 2, these are executive sessions. These items will be heard at a time certain of 11 a.m. And on page 1, item 3, under County Administrator, update on county initiatives to address homelessness and public safety. This item will be heard before regular agenda item number 14. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Manriquez. And I'm going to tag on to agenda adjustments because I know we have a lot of people in the audience who are here because of their interest in Project Blue. You heard Ms. Manriquez state that we have an executive session at 11 o'clock for the board to get legal advice about Project Blue. That executive session item was requested by the county attorney. The board, under state law, can go into executive session to talk about legal or personnel issues. There is, however, nothing on the agenda other than that executive session dealing with Project Blue, so there isn't going to be any action taken by the board today with regard to the project. You can certainly speak, and many of you have turned in speaker cards to Project Blue concerns during call to the public, which is coming up after the presentation of 2 proclamations. That may be somewhat segmented because of the fact that we have a time certain item at 10 a.m. and another time certain item at 11 a.m. According to board rules, if we have 20 or more speakers, each person has 2 minutes to address the board. If it looks like we're going to go beyond the hour that is designated by the Board of Supervisors rules for call to the public, a majority vote of the board can extend that time to more than an hour. So just wanted to lay those things out for you before we got started.
Chair.
Supervisor Allen.
I would note that I actually think that items 11 around the non-disclosure agreements, and then item 12, the policy for environmental impact review of economic development projects, those do relate to Project Blue as they are responses, lessons learned from the Project Blue discussion, and ensuring we've got sufficient information and understand the impacts of data centers and large water and utility projects.
And thank you, Supervisor Allen. On July 1st, the majority of the board voted to ask staff to come back to us on possible revisions to our existing procedures dealing with non-disclosure agreements and also dealing with environmental reviews. And we have those staff reports today, as my colleague pointed out. All right, so I'm now going to go back to the regular agenda, and these are presentations and proclamations. We only have 2 today. They're both on the agenda. Item number 6 is presentation of a proclamation to Dr. Nick Clement, Ernest McFarland Citizens Chair in Education at Northern Arizona University, proclaiming the day of Thursday, September 25, 2025, to be Legendary Teacher Day. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-0, and I'll be presenting the proclamation to Dr. Clement. All right. Whereas Pima County believes we have all had special teachers that made a significant difference in our lives, and whereas Pima County recognizes that those teachers demonstrated unique skills, allowing them to transform their deep content knowledge into life-changing student learning, and whereas Pima County highly values the caring family culture created by those teachers. And whereas Pima County understands that we often do not fully understand and recognize the profound influence teachers have on our future until we have lived our future. And whereas Pima County realizes the importance of taking time to fully recognize the legendary teachers in our lives. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Thursday, September 25, 2025 to be Legendary Teacher Day, and encourages the community to take time on this day and contact the legendary teacher in your life and express your gratitude for the difference they made in your life. Both my wife and I are proud career educators who started our career in Flowing Wells, where Dr. Clement was superintendent and a principal for many years, and we are proud to be parents of another career educator who is a counselor in the Marana Unified School District. So congratulations, Dr. Clement.
Well, I am honored to represent Legendary Teacher Day. This day was basically a thought about Mr. Potts. Mr. Potts was my legendary teacher, and I think about him a lot, and I thought, you know, everybody has that legendary teacher, so let's have a day. Everybody else has a day. Let's have a day, and very simple. This month, sometime, think about your legendary teacher, and if you can, contact him or her and let them know. And this day is now the 12th anniversary, and because of support from our county supervisors, we have some legendary teachers in the audience. Superintendent Williams, please stand, who, again, without these sponsors, we wouldn't have this day. Teresa Hill, Dr. Teresa Hill, who is, I hired a legendary teacher, so I get 2 points. Tucson Values teacher has been a critical partner, and also Dr. Kevin Stofus. And Kevin is the superintendent of Flowing Wells, but he also is the chair of the Pima County Superintendents, and they are totally behind this. And we have it's both informal and formal. If you do want to formalize it, you can write a tribute by going to legendaryteacher.com and write a letter to your legendary teacher. And we have funding through Northern Arizona University, and we're going to pick one teacher from each of those tributes in all of the Pima County districts and give them a $1,000 stipend. So, yeah, it's gone from grassroots to real roots. So thank you very much to the county supervisors for every year bringing this to your attention and to honor those legendary teachers. So thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Clement.
Yeah.
Right, our second proclamation is presentation of a proclamation to Pima County Office of Emergency Management, Town of Marana, Town of Oro Valley, City of Tucson, American Red Cross, Pascua Yaqui Tribe, Tohono O'odham Nation, and community organizations active in disasters, proclaiming the month of September 2025 to be Preparedness Month. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes 4-0. And I wonder if I could ask Supervisors Allen and Cano to join me in presenting this proclamation. Supervisor Allen is going to read the proclamation.
Here. Whereas September has been designated as National Preparedness Month to encourage all Americans to be prepared for emergencies in their communities. And whereas National Preparedness Month incorporates a nationwide coordinated effort sponsored by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, to inspire and remind citizens to plan and prepare for national disasters or other emergencies in their homes, schools, businesses, and communities. And whereas emergency preparedness is everyone's responsibility, and everyone should make it a priority to learn about risk factors and protect themselves against possible injuries, property damage, and economic loss that often result from disasters. And whereas during September, the Pima County Office of Emergency Management, along with community organizations active in disasters, the faith-based community, our public safety partners, and other local, tribal, private, and volunteer agencies will work to educate the public about the importance of preparedness. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the month of September 2025 to be Preparedness Month, and encourages all county residents to take proactive steps to plan for any situation, including signing up for emergency messages at myalerts.pima.gov and confirming insurance policies cover hazards such as intense storms, flooding, and wildfires. This year's theme is Preparedness Starts at Home, and it's recommended people learn CPR, first aid, and other life-saving skills and take useful safety steps like shutting off utilities. It's crucial to prepare in advance to ensure Pima County is resilient and disaster ready. Passed and adopted this second day of September 2025. Thank you.
Thank you for holding that. We just want to thank Pima County as well as all the partners that are here and some that aren't, to thank the board for the proclamation to make us a more prepared and also a more resilient community for all Pima County citizens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, colleagues, for joining in that presentation, and Supervisor Allen for reading it. We will now move to item number 8, which is call to the public. And I will go ahead and read the board's rules for call to the public. And again, just to let everybody know, we have a time certain item at 10, so we're going to go up until 10 and then after 10 as needed. Citizens attending our meeting shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks or who becomes boisterous while addressing the board may be removed by the sergeant at arms if directed by the chair. Such person may be barred from further audience before the board. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stamping of feet, whistling, yells, and similar demonstrations shall not be permitted by the chair, who may direct offenders from the hearing room. Now, I have always been fined, and I think previous chairs have been fined with people applauding after somebody speaks, but these rules apply for the most part while somebody is speaking. Everybody deserves their time to speak uninterrupted. And our first speaker is actually participating telephonically. His name is Luke McKee. Mr. McKee, you have 2 minutes to address the Board of Supervisors. We're getting some.
Thank you, sir. My name's Luke McKee. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Yeah,
McKee.
sorry about
Hold
that.
on
My name
just
is
a
Luke
second.
McKee.
Okay, never mind. Go ahead, Mr. McKee.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. My name is Luke McKee. My phone number is 928-517-7117. I wish to address the board about two matters very quickly. One is the Chief of Detectives in your county, Fabian Pachenko, gave me a threatening phone call in February. I've done a records request to the nature of the call and the document records relating to it in early March. I've received no response. That's the first matter. I'd like you just to remind your county to comply with Arizona Opens Records law. I'm assisting a man on a court case, Adam Smith, who is in court at 1 a.m. tomorrow at Coconino County Superior Court. He is a police corruption informant and is being denied a trial by jury due to abuse of Arizona Criminal Procedure Rule 11. I strongly believe he is competent to stand trial, and a psych report proving he is being withheld from the court illegally under Arizona Rules of Criminal Procedure 11.4. In helping his case, I found out about a bigger scandal. His cellmate, Francis Mendoza Keel, survived an attempted murder on behalf of 3 taser shots to the chest, done because a convicted pedophile swatted him. Everything I'm about to say can be verified from apps.azcourts.gov/public access. Howard Stettlethenthal pled guilty to sexual conduct with a minor in 2008. Then prosecutor Ted Reed made a non-prosecution agreement like Epstein. His name has been removed from the Arizona Sex Offender Registry without a hearing to do so, which is illegal. Yavapai County Sheriff in 2020 caught him DUI with kids in the car with a special pedophile edition 1-month validity Arizona license.
Mr. McKee, pardon me for interrupting, but your time has expired. Our next 3 speakers, and you're welcome to sit up here in the front while you're waiting for your time to speak. So our next 3 speakers in this order are Betsy Wilkening, Jordan Walker, and Roma Lamore. Ms. Wilkening, you have 2 minutes to address the Board of Supervisors.
Hello, I'm a 5th-generation Tucsonan whose ancestors first occupied these lands of the Tohono O'odham and Pasquayaki under the Mexican flag. I'm imploring you to cancel Project Blue Data Center and other future data centers. Everything about this project points to exorbitant energy usage, up to twice the power usage of all TEP's customers. This will require the use of fossil fuels to meet their timeline and energy requirements. Pima County is committed to a priority climate action plan that is focused on reducing greenhouse gases and building climate resilience. Project Blue and all data centers are not only a step in the wrong direction, they take a sledgehammer to building climate resilience in Pima County. Tucson is one of the fastest warming cities in the U.S., having warmed by 4.8 degrees Fahrenheit since 1970. It's hard to believe that 1 generation earlier, my father lived and thrived in Tucson before there was air conditioning. Thanks.
No, you're fine. That was just the 1 minute mark. I'm
I
sorry.
do know that my young great niece and nephew, a seventh generation of my family, will not be able to live and thrive in Pima County if we don't act on climate now. It is imperative that you cancel Project Blue for our current and future residents of Pima County.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkening. Just so future speakers know, there is a beeping sound when you reach the halfway point, but that's just to let you know you've reached the halfway point. Jordan Walker.
Morning, my name is Jordan Walker. I'm a lifelong resident of unincorporated Pima County. I'm here today to express my profound disappointment in this board's June decision to approve the sale of county land for Project Blue. That vote was split 3-2, and yet it opened the door for a massive water and energy intensive data center that our community does not want, cannot sustain, but thankfully the City of Tucson Council later rejected unanimously. Let me repeat that. The Tucson City Council and Mayor, after listening to their constituents, voted unanimously against this project. They heard the concerns about water scarcity, secrecy, and long-term sustainability. Then they acted decisively to protect the people that they represent. This is the essence of democratic accountability. In contrast, this board moved forward in June despite intense public concern, secrecy around non-disclosure agreements, and the obvious fragility of our region's resources. To me and most of our community, this vote signaled that Pima County is representing the interests of a developer over the interests of Pima County residents. Even if you believe this project had economic potential, the risks to our groundwater, our energy grid, and our public trust far outweigh any speculative benefits. Our desert home cannot afford another decision where growth is prioritized at the expense of unsustainable resource extraction that threatens our long-term survival. We sat in this room and listened to Logan Craig, I don't think he's here, state directly to you that, quote, annexation is a condition precedent to closing. If that annexation does not occur, we will not be closing on the land per the contract, so it will remain county-owned property. Unquote. So why are we here today? Why has Project Blue and TEP entered into an ESA with the Arizona Corporation Commission? Why is sale of this land even being considered? It's because Beal and its representatives are here nothing more than our shared public resources and their own interests.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Ms. Lamore.
My name is Roma Lamore. I'm a 40-year resident of Tucson and Pima County. If Project Blue was good for Pima County, it wouldn't have been kept a secret for more than 2 years. When I first heard about it, the extreme water use didn't make any sense in our desert environment. That should have been enough to stop this. But now I hear the computers will be air-cooled, and that doesn't make sense either because of the high electricity use. It just seems like the story changes when Beal doesn't get their way, and they're searching for a loophole to take our resources and not give anything back. Please do not build extreme high-use electricity and water use water guzzling data centers or any other type of industry anywhere in our county. We do not have the resources to support these noisy, heat-generating buildings. They do not bring long-term jobs or benefits for our community. We do not trust this company to care about our people or our desert or keep their promises. Please do everything you can to stop Project Blue.
Thank you, Ms. Lamore. Our next three speakers are Kylie Lewis, John Ralston, and Julius Schlossberg. And some of you noticed at the beginning of the meeting that Supervisor Christie is participating remotely. He has difficulty hearing you if you're not speaking into the microphone. So please adjust the microphone so it's at the appropriate level for you. Kylie Lewis. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
You are. Well done.
Good.
Hello, my name is Kylie Lewis, and I'm a resident of Supervisor District 2 who is very disappointed in the absence of Dr. Hines. I stand here today in direct opposition to the land sale to B for Project Blue. I am deeply concerned about the levels of secrecy and lies that have been surrounding this project since the corporation first approached the county to acquire the land. Supervisor Christie, you confirmed on June 17th that the land was not annexed by the city, then there would be no water service and therefore no use in the land, as the data center is dependent upon the city water to cool their servers. On August 6th, the mayor and council unanimously voted to reject the annexation of the land due to the overwhelming community opposition, citing a lack of transparency, inaccurate fact sheets, and an unwillingness by Beal to answer any questions directly and with honesty. TEP recent filing with the ACC to partner further with Beal's project despite not having access to the water they needed is another red flag worthy of paying attention to. Beal has pivoted, saying that they will now be using an air cooling system instead of water cooling systems. These air cooling systems use incredible amounts of energy. TEP's dependence upon coal and gas to power our grid means massive amounts of water usage on their end to compensate for the added burden to our power grid from this data center. This water will be pulled from the lower Colorado River Basin. In addition, these air-cooled systems must switch over to evaporated water cooling when the ambient temperature reaches 84.9 degrees Fahrenheit. The water from this system will be pulled from the Santa Cruz watershed through wells drilled on the land. For reference, according to the BBC, an air-cooled data center in Mexico used 10 million gallons of water in 1 year. They only needed to use the evaporation system 5% of the year. Our calendar year sees 62% of our days above 85 degrees Fahrenheit. That is approximately 124 million gallons of water pulled from our water table each year. Beal is not providing any hard data on these systems, relevant fact sheets, or understanding about how this will impact our power grid and ratepayers. It feels wholly irresponsible to proceed with the sale of this land for this project. It stands on the back.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Thank you. Mr. Ralston.
Yes, hello. My name is John Ralston. I'm a resident of Tucson in District 5. Many people here are going to be talking about opposing Project Blue, and I oppose Project Blue as well. Other people are going to be speaking more eloquently than I could about water and electricity and things like that. So I just want to talk about a bigger concept, and that's fear. There's a lot of fear in our culture because people in the public and private sector are making decisions that are adding to the burdens that are slowly crushing people. And the data that this center enables a technology, AI. And that AI is eroding jobs, it's eroding people's livelihoods, it's making our communities poor. Business criminals like Delta are using it to extract as much money as they can from their from the people. And United Healthcare is using it to deny healthcare to people that need it. There's also the fear of a growing surveillance state and control grid, and that spans the political spectrum. If you're on the right, you're concerned about a Chinese-style social credit system, digital ID, programmable money, 15-minute cities. If you're on the left, you're concerned about how ICE is using AI and data to terrorize Latino communities, break families apart, to harass, persecute, and deport opponents of the Gazan genocide. And the state of Israel is using AI and data integrally to slaughter Palestinians. There is a growing transpartisan coalition to this data center and to AI. I personally view this as an existential threat to this community. So just know I and everyone here are going to do everything we can to stop this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ralston. Mr. Schlossberg, before you begin, I just want to call the names of the next three speakers so they can come to the front if they wish to. Jeff Worth, Randy Rist, and Debbie Mullen. Mr. Schlossberg.
It isn't widely known that southern Arizona is home not just to one, but two native species of fireflies. They're found nowhere else on the planet. The reason you may not be aware of their existence is because they live in vanishingly small, incredibly fragile ecosystems, almost all of which are either on the brink of collapse or have been brought back from the brink of collapse through decades-long and ongoing conservation efforts. Of the more than 2,000 species of firefly on the planet, fewer than 10 of them are synchronizing fireflies. In this tiny subset, only one displays what we call entrainment, a level of complex synchronous communication that doesn't even remotely resemble the behavior of any other creature in the world. That's our firefly. It's almost extinct. The last time the entrainment phenomenon was observed was over 40 years ago when their populations were vastly greater than they are now. Both of the species we have are endangered. They're not on the endangered species list because we know so little about them that we don't even have enough data to get them listed. Amazon, which cares so little about human life and so much about profits that they force their employees to pee in bottles they're so overworked, claims this project will be water positive. Regardless of what cooling method they use, watershed management groups experts calculated that in just the first year of operation, Project Blue will consume an amount of water equivalent to one football field filled with water, rising nearly 2 miles into the air. We are at a crossroads. We could use our effluent to connect the Nogales Flow, which ends in Tubac, up to the Donat Nation's Cap outfall, the Wac-Hickton, to the Heritage outfall, and then to the Marana outfall. Within a generation, Tucson would have a staggeringly beautiful riparian corridor with mesquite bosques, with grand cottonwood galleries, with a flowing river and fireflies in downtown Tucson. Or we can have a desiccated, lifeless channel, brown skeletons of long dead rivers that remind us of everything we've lost. We can fill them with concrete and build highways over them. Our children can experience fireflies looking at AI images of them built by a machine that's powered by their ghosts, exterminated before we even knew what they were. There's a reason why every single conservationist in this city is screaming that this is the nature of the choice that we face right now.
Thank you, Mr. Schlossberg. Mr. Worth.
Supervisor Rex Scott, my name is Jeff, and I'm here with the No Desert Data Center Coalition. I recently saw a video of you proposing the question, how are we doing? How are we as the Board of Supervisors doing? And mentioning that you should not only listen to community feedback, but take that feedback into consideration. I think the fact that you have a sea of community members wearing red shirts sitting before you prints a pretty picture of how you are doing. You sold us out. You let Beale Infrastructure play you like a fiddle. Fix this, Supervisor Scott. Do not let this land deal close. Decisions made by elected officials around Project Blue are going to be on everyone's mind once elections come up. Please remember that. We are asking the Board of Supervisors to put a vote on the agenda to not close on the land deal to Beale Infrastructure. You have a chance to do right by your constituents and not let this land deal close. The community is watching. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Worth. Randy Rist. Randy Rist. Okay. Debbie Mullen. The next three speakers after those two, June Williams, Erica Brayman, and Anna Zapia. Ms. Williams.
Good morning, everyone. My name is June. I'm a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation, as well as a Tucson resident and worker. I'm here as one of many to say no to Project Blue and no to data centers. How many times do the people of Tucson have to say no to this data center before the message gets across? Beale Industries, which is little more than Jeff Bezos in a trench coat, has already reneged on their promise not to build on this land when the city council shut them down. Now they are making promises to only use clean energy when TEP has actually opened up a new natural gas plant in Springerville. Looking into what a full electric data center means for Tucson should get everyone concerned. By 2030, AI will use 10% of the United States' power. TEP is already seeking to increase energy rates by 14% in 2026, and this is outside of the burden AI infrastructure will put on us. Residents in the AI corridor in Virginia are expecting as much as a 70% cost rise by 2030. Pair this with record inflation and most Americans living paycheck to paycheck, and I cannot fathom how this is a democracy that serves us if our government won't do the bare minimum and serve us, the workers that may actually make Tucson what it is. To me, this is a case study in how billionaires can get backroom deals promising them land, clean energy, and little oversight while the people in Tucson have to beg for scraps. AI is little more than a chatbot that billionaires use to replace workers with no safety net and actually commit intellectual property theft by stealing from workers, artists, and filmmakers. We are told that AI is the future, and Tucson is in desperate need of the 80 jobs that it would bring. That is not my future. That is not our future. Our future is in the environment, which our children should be able to play in. It is in the artist who makes something that cannot be replicated with a prompt, and it is in the worker whose wage cannot sustain them, while the billionaires make the cost of living in our city impossible. We are here to say no to this land deal. There are many of us, and we will say no every time they come back. We are here to say no data center in our desert.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Erica Brayman.
Hello. On August 6th, the Tucson City Council affirmed the will of their constituents, demonstrated in the preceding months by mobilized citizen pushback against Project Blue. Many of us who spoke up on this issue were driven to do so from a sense that it stood for something larger, the first steps down a road of short-term compromises made in short-sighted pursuit of short-lived economic gains. And the extent to which our story has echoed nationwide has proven our sense of the significance of this moment correct. For citizens across this country who feel their communities being preyed upon for profit and who want to believe that their voices are still a meaningful factor in charting their own civic destinies, Tucson has become a symbol. Proof of the power of asserting that our communities are still our own, that we do not have to surrender to the inevitability of our futures being bought out by the highest bidder. And if we see this tide turning, that means they see it too. Their continued attempts to push this project on us against our will puts the lie to all their promises of seeking partnership and mutual benefit. They need to prove that what we did last month isn't actually possible, that their power to shape our world is already a fact of nature, and all that's left to the rest of us is to bargain on their terms or get out of the way. If Pima County demonstrates that its leadership is the sort to allow business interests through loopholes and technicalities to subvert the people's will, not only will a social contract have been irrevocably broken, but we will have proven ourselves vulnerable to any other profit extraction enterprise looking to purchase the right to override the workings of our democracy. Please honor our voices on this matter and do not move forward with closing the sale of this land. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brayman. Anna Zapia.
Good morning. My name is Anna Zapia. I'm a resident of the City of Tucson in District 4, and my comments are related to Project Blue. We all know the closing conditions of the acquisition agreement were not met when the City of Tucson unanimously rejected annexation of the land. This renders the economic and environmental analyses used to base your initial decisions invalid. You have the ability to stop this project by terminating the acquisition agreement. During questioning of a Beal representative by Supervisor Christie, that representative confirmed that annexation by the City of Tucson was required for this project to move forward. This was clear deception on their part, since Beal and TEP are still trying to push this project forward. Supervisor Christie, as my representative, I will be watching to see if you remain in favor of the sale of this land despite your direct questions being answered with lies. Chair Scott, contrary to what you said in an interview with a national reporter, we did not elect you all to make decisions for us, but rather to represent us. You should all be hearing loud and clear where the residents of Tucson stand on this issue. We expect you to protect our community, our precious desert, and its limited resources from those who seek to exploit us in the name of unbridled capitalism, unjust surveillance, and even more profits for huge corporations and billionaires. Let's learn from other communities who are suffering, who regret building data centers in their area. Please do right by us and put an end to Project Blue by not closing on the sale of the land. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zapia. All right, our next three speakers, Renee Peters, Derek Espadas, and Jacob Praler. I think I'm reading that correctly. Ms. Peters.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Renee Peters, and I am a resident in District 3. I'm an independent voter and very pro-economic development for our county when the numbers make sense. Thank you for putting this item on today's agenda to discuss how the county can exit from the land sale agreement you all approved on June 17th. Not all of you, 3 of you. As you consider your options, remember that this deal was approved based on completely worthless economic projections as of today. The previous economic analysis assumed that Tucson would annex this project, But Tucson, as you've already heard, unanimously rejected this. Even when the economic projections were supposedly valid, the numbers were terrible for taxpayers. Amazon would extract $1.4 billion in profits over 10 years, while Pima County would only gain $160 million total, far less than the $3.5 billion often shown. That's $9 for every one of us that Amazon would get. Not our legendary teachers or our first responders as honored here today. Is 9-to-1 profit extraction worth our water security? I think not. There are better economic development opportunities that don't involve such extreme wealth extraction. Furthermore, this land scale agreement is also void because of the invalid projections that it used. Even if the buyer wants to proceed without annexation, you still need a new vote. They relied on data that is no longer valid due to the annexation not going through. You need completely new economic studies, different infrastructure arrangements, and modified contract terms, essentially approving an entirely different project than what you voted on in June. You swore an oath to protect us, not corporate wealth. Is betraying your constituents worth losing your jobs? Exit this horrible deal now.
Thank you, Ms. Peters.
You bet. My name is Derek Espadas, a local owner of an accounting firm, an educator, a community organizer, and a proud Yaqui living in District 1. When we see a project like Blue trying to muscle in and treat our community like a stepping stone for corporate profit, we push back. Beal Infrastructure didn't take our no as a boundary. They took it as a challenge, doubling down and partnering with TEP to keep scheming behind closed doors. If there's one thing we've learned, is that some people think a PowerPoint and a big promise can sell us out. Let's be honest, if Project Blue was such a gift, why did Beal dodge every real question about their impact? Instead of answers, we got the usual corporate PR and lots of talk of progress. For some, they've described the move as visionary. The citizens of Pima County have deigned that the more appropriate words are deleterious, pernicious, and destructive. We know how this story goes. Appalachia's coal towns trusted outside experts to bring prosperity. What they got were polluted water, shuttered economies, and promises that faded in the sun. These are the exact same items that have been brought to our doorsteps. If Beal's magical rainmaking machines are such a visionary certainty, let's invest in that technology. But the guaranteed future wetland is not their choice to promote, because their vision is an unsubstantiated wish. Let them cool their servers with the paper water they say we should be grateful for. Or better yet, let's just say no to the new breed of robber baron who acts with entitlement to colonize us yet again and harm our communities. You began this meeting with a land acknowledgement. Do not make the words hollow. Do not make a trinket of words to placate us. Realize what was read was your duty to act as stewards of this land and to protect us and our future generations. Thank you.
Jacob Prayler. Did I pronounce your name correctly? Oh, good.
No mic? How about now?
Oh, you have to change it over. Just got the handheld one.
Hello? Hello?
We got it.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Jacob Prayler. I've lived in Pima County for over 50 years, and I've come to consider it my home. We are, this entire region, in a mega drought. We have lived through the most severe 20-year period in the last 1,500 years, according to tree rings. Tree rings do not lie. Any kind of agreement that talks about the cost of water and power on today's prices is already obsolete because we know we're in a mega drought. Two of the most severe dry monsoons have occurred in the last 5 years since record keeping in the 1890s. The Colorado reservoirs, who directly affect our energy prices, even though we might not get it, and the CAP water, which we do get, will absolutely decline. So why is this even an issue? Just because we're in a mega drought, the tree rings tell us this. We can witness it in our own experience over the last decade, and yet still these plans keep coming to the surface about some imaginary prosperity. So if you care about your children, if you care about your grandchildren, you might consider what type of life they will have in Tucson. It will look nothing like the life we have. It doesn't look like the life of 50 years ago. It's not getting better. And this project will even make it worse. So when you look into...
Thank you, Mr. Preller. All right. We're going to have one more speaker before our time certain item at 10, and then we're going to come back to call to the public because I don't believe that the time certain item at 10 will take a significant amount of time. Supervisor Cano, did you want to say something real quick?
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Scott. I just wanted to do a quick check with the clerk and with you about how many more speaker cards we have left.
Yes, sir. The person who is speaking is number 17, and we have a total of 36.
Got it. Chair Scott, which item?
I'm going to change that now to 39.
Got it. Which item is number 10? Or at 10, excuse me.
It is the item dealing with the scheduling of the RTA election, because Mr. Ortega and Mayor Winfield are here.
Got it. I'm going to ask that we continue the call to the public.
We're going to come right back to it, Supervisor, as soon as we get done with this. I know we're scheduling it because of Mr. Ortega and Mayor Winfield's schedule. We can, however, go into executive session later than we had planned because we had initially scheduled it at 11 because County Attorney Conover had a commitment in Phoenix that she needed to get to. She contacted me this morning and said that she no longer has that commitment, so we can delay going into exec. And we'll come right back to this. So let's hear from our next speaker, Mohyeddin Abdul Aziz, and then we'll do our time certain item.
Chair Scott?
And yes, and Supervisor Hines has joined our meeting.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Mohyeddin Abdul Aziz. I am a Palestinian Arab American. I lived in Tucson and Pima County for more than 47 years. So this is home to me. Like you, I spent quite a deal of time trying to figure out this Project Blue. I know it's very important for our community. But I have 3 points, in addition to whatever my colleagues mentioned, to talk about. The first one is trust. A project of this magnitude must be built on trust. I simply cannot trust these developers. They didn't start on the right foundation. I don't know whether they don't have, despite the billions they have deal with, they don't have the right public relations staff, or they're just arrogant. They started with non-disclosure agreements, and they ended with one thing after another that they negated in the process. But the last one thing that I heard very clearly from them, and I listened to it very carefully, by their representatives saying The exact words, no annexation, no closure. This is very clear. English is a second language to me, but this is very clear, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Abdulaziz.
You should,
Thank you, sir.
you
Your
should
time-
take them at their word.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will return to call to the public as soon as we take care of this time-certain item. This is item number 13, consideration of Regional Transportation Authority resolution to conduct an election. Administrator Lesher, any introductory remarks?
Mr. Chairman, what you have before you is simply to put on the ballot in March, moving forward with the resolution unanimously adopted by the Regional Transportation Authority. We have here today Mayor Joe Winfield, who is the chair of the Regional Transportation Authority, Michael Ortega, who is the interim director of the both PAG, RTA, here to answer any questions. Supervisor Hines is our representative on RTA. It was a unanimous recommendation, and I think, again, it's primarily ministerial to move forward to the voters in March, the continuation of the RTA plan and tax levy.
Thank you very much, Administrator Lesher. Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank everybody, the staff at PAG RTA, Jan Lesher, Carmine, so many people on our team who really made this possible. I think a couple of months ago, maybe even a few weeks ago, many of us were not certain that we would get to this point. So, and I'm thrilled to have Mike Ortega, the new executive director for PAG RTA, and under his leadership, we got to this position, and I've already voted for it once. I'll be voting for it again today.
Would you like to move the item, Supervisor?
And I will move the item for our consideration.
I'll second. Mr. Ortega and Mayor Winfield, we're delighted that you were able to join us today. If there's anything that you wanted to say to the board, give you that opportunity. Otherwise, we will move to consider the item. Mayor Winfield. You guys threw me a curve. I didn't know you were over there.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For the record, I'm Joe Winfield, Mayor of Oro Valley and Chair of the Regional Transportation Authority. On behalf of the RTA Board, I wish to extend our sincere appreciation to County Administrator Jan Lesher for her outstanding services as Chair of the RTA Technical Management Committee. Under her leadership, the committee has provided the technical expertise, thoughtful analysis, and regional perspective necessary to shape a balanced and forward-looking plan for RTA Next. The strength of this work reflects not only Ms. Lesher's commitment to collaboration, but also the collective effort of the jurisdictions and stakeholders represented on the committee. Because of this foundation, the RTA Board is confident in moving forward and believes that a March 2026 election will provide the public with the best opportunity to consider and act upon this important regional initiative. Thank you for your continued partnership and commitment to advancing transportation solutions that serve all of Pima County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Winfield. Thank you, Mayor Winfield. Mr. Ortega, okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you both being here. Any comments from board members? All those in favor of adopting item number 13 indicate by saying aye. 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 Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. All right. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. We appreciate it. All right. Now, as promised, we're going to go back to call to the public. And I had said at the beginning of the meeting that we had a time certain item at 11 to go into executive session, but we can delay that. And Mr. Brown, if you'd let the county attorney know, I would appreciate it so that we don't have to make anybody who wants to speak at call to the public wait through our executive session. All right, so our next three speakers, if you want to come forward, Lee Zeisch, Russell Lowe's, and Rob Tomlinson. Did I pronounce your name right?
No, but it's
Darn it.
okay. Nobody ever does.
I was doing, well, okay.
Hi, my name is Lee Zishi. I'm a District 2 resident, and I am here, like a lot of people today, to ask you all to not close on the land sale for Project Blue. We all heard Beal say in this room that the sale should not move forward if the land is not annexed, and we are asking for you to hold them accountable. Bring this back to a vote. Do not close on the land sale, because we need you to protect us. Project Blue and TEP want to move forward with this data center, even though the community overwhelmingly and vehemently has opposed it because of its very large energy use, because of the massive water use, because of its impact on public health and our electric bills, and also because Amazon colludes with ICE to target immigrants. And TEP was not truthful when they stood in front of you on the same day that they filed a rate hike when you sold the land and said that this rate hike is not related to Project Blue. If there is additional available capacity for renewable energy, that is exactly what is in TEP's rate hike. They've just added new battery storage and renewables, and we will be paying for that through our bills. I am fine paying for that if it goes to hospitals and schools. I am not fine paying for Amazon's energy. And what I'm also not okay paying for is TEP's exorbitant rate of profit. So I'm also here today to ask you to support a county-wide public power utility. The city is already looking at this, and on a city level, it would save us over $200 a year within the first 5 years of a takeover and $1,000 a year long-term. People are absolutely struggling to pay their bills, and what I have found throughout this entire process is how powerful Tucson is. We do not have to live with Amazon's boot on our neck. We do not have to live with TEP's boot on our neck. We can have energy that serves us, so please support a public power utility that serves the people of Tucson and not Amazon, and please do not close this land sale. Thank you very much.
Russell Lowe's. Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Russell Lowe's, and my wife and I live in Midtown Tucson and have since 1995. Grew up in the Phoenix area, but made a better choice. My background is in power plant economics and in business services like accounting, software installation, payroll, etc. I've been involved in contract management since I was in my 20s, and I was tasked to line up equipment leases and purchase of a building for a co-op in Tempe, Arizona, similar but twice the size of Food Conspiracy Co-op on 4th Avenue. Since then, I have been over many different kinds of contracts. I'm not an attorney, but I do have extensive experience engaging in their initiation, funding, management, and reporting. What seems obvious is this: you have the ability to cancel Project Blue related land sale. What I have been told by lawyers we have hired in projects is essentially this: you had better enforce the terms of any contract you have, for if you do not enforce one item of the contract, later when you try to enforce another contract, the opposing party can sue to void other provisions of the contract that protect you. The opposing party can say in their lawsuit that when you did not enforce one item that indicated a voiding of either the full contract or some of the provisions that were in your favor within the contract. If the opposing party has been enforcing the provisions that favor them, their aspects can stay in force while yours drop away. Please cancel this land sale contract related to Project Blue immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Our next speaker is Rob Tomlinson. After Mr. Tomlinson, we have Colleen McCarthy, Noah Dayton, and Glenda Avalos. Mr. Tomlinson.
Supervisor Scott and the Board of Supervisors, I'd like to thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I came here today to talk about RTA Next, and so my message to you is thank you very much for your exceptional efforts to keep this alive and to keep this thing moving, and I am talking about RTA Next, anyway. Exceptional efforts have been made by Supervisors Scott, Allen, Cano, and Hines, and thank you very much for doing that. Thank you for your vote just now. RTA Next is absolutely vital to this community. We have a little over 1 million people in the MSA, and we are a patchwork of political and jurisdictional boundaries. And having that regional transportation effort draw us all together and make cohesive transportation planning into the next 20 years a reality is a very, very important thing for us. The RTA Next, the way it's been put together, has taken into account a great deal of issues that we've had in the past with senior citizens and with people from lower economic echelons. And we have leveraged absolutely all of the funding sources that we can find outside of our jurisdiction to move this forward. So this is absolutely a great move just now at 10 o'clock to vote for this, and I thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Mr. Tomlinson. And just for the record, Supervisor Christie joined us in that vote. He's participating remotely.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie.
All right. Thank you. Colleen McCarthy, followed by Noah Dayton and Glenda Avalos and Logan Phillips.
I'm short. Good morning. Thank you. My name is Colleen McCarthy, and I live in Oro Valley. I'm here today to thank you for your support for RTA Next. I am retired, but did work in transportation alternative planning and low-income housing in California. These experiences greatly influenced my belief that regional planning is essential to health of Pima County. At retirement, I chose Oro Valley because without regional transit, I need a home where I can walk to the market, restaurants, pharmacy, church, and still see the changing lights in the Catalina Mountains. But I can still drive. And like other Pima County residents, I rely on a maintained infrastructure that allows me to live my fullest life. I drive to Tanca Verde for yarn and donuts, visit my in-laws in Green Valley where we visit missions and dine outside Tubac. I visit dear friends at the Voyager. I show visitors the Catalinas, the Mount Lemmon, Sabino Canyon, the crazy ace-shaped hotel in Oracle. We go to the Pima Air and Space Museum and marvel at the projects my dad and uncle secretly worked on. I support a few regional nonprofit organizations, visit our museums and arboretums, and attend events at U of A. I enjoy the regional restaurants and theaters. California earthquakes have impacted my view of regional solutions. And while we don't have these in Arizona, we do have fires and floods. As this region expands and climate changes continue to intensify these issues, how will we as a region meet those challenges? Thank you for your vote. That will help.
Thank you, Ms. McCarthy. Mr. Dayton.
Good morning. My name is Noah Dayton. I'm here on behalf of the Arizona Transportation Builders Association. I was here to speak in advance of your movement earlier to move the RTA Next to a March vote. So now I'm here to say thank you for that. This movement will continue to invest in Pima County's infrastructure and keeping Southern Arizona's economy strong. And most importantly, we can do so without raising taxes. We're deeply grateful to the Board of Supervisors for the leadership that brought us to this point. Alongside the RTA board and staff, you've worked tirelessly to overcome challenges, build consensus, and draft a plan that benefits our entire region. This 20-year plan is fully funded, leverages state and federal dollars, and protects seniors through robust paratransit and Sun Shuttle investments. It reflects years of compromise, public engagement, and community feedback. Supervisors Scott and Allen helped drive consensus and compromise. Supervisors Kano and Hines ensured that transit investment remained front and center. We're fully aware that today is not the end of the work. It's the beginning. The business community of Pima County is ready to stand with you and carry this effort through March to pass the RTA Next. We thank you for your leadership, and we look forward to our continued partnership to make this plan a reality for Pima County's future.
Thank you, Mr. Dayton. Glenda Avalos.
Buenos días. I come before you in el nombre de Jesús. My name is Glenda Avalos, and I am a District 5 constituent and part of the Casa Maria team. We at Casa Maria are part of the No Desert Data Center Coalition. Thank you, Supervisor Andres and Supervisor Allen, for your continuous support and stance on the data centers. With the most immoral issue of the day being the genocide in Gaza and uncertainty of our nation's future, we cannot continue to do business as usual or move forward with economical development without asking big questions of at the cost of what? For those who voted yes to Project Blue, in a time where you should have been vigilant and vigilance was required, you failed. Development provided information and only God knows what else. You have stood by that information and have taken account and have not taken account the voices of your constituents, which are voices of many experts in many different fields. NDAs do not and should not dictate your final decisions. We are commissioning you to do all that is needed even if there's required litigation to correct what should have never been approved to begin with. You have a second chance to be vigilant for your constituents. And I want to go ahead and give the rest of my 30 seconds as a moment of silence for communities like Memphis, Tennessee, who have suffered and are dying due to environmental racism. May their families be consoled, and may we as Tucson move forward together in the spirit of unity.
Thank you, Ms. Avalo. Our next three speakers are Logan Phillips, Sandy Garrick, and Robert Royce.
Thank you, Supervisors. My name is Logan Phillips. I'm an artist, educator, and cultural worker here in Tucson. And I would like to remind you that every generation of leaders in this city and county has stood at this very juncture before you. A moment when they got to choose whether they were going to align themselves with what the people desired for their place, or whether they were let themselves yet again be hoodwinked by the promise of quote-unquote economic development. We saw it with the destruction of the Santa Cruz for urban sprawl. We saw it with the destruction of our most fertile farmland destroyed for a freeway blasted through the heart of our community. We saw it with the destruction of Barrio Viejo and legacy downtown businesses to construct this very building. Times when leaders of our community were told by the people this is a bad idea, and leaders of our community decided that economic importance was more important. We say economic development for who? Because this is not for us. There are industries compatible with our values and our ecological reality here in Tucson and Pima County, and there are those that are blatantly not. And you can see from our organization and the amount of interest in our community that this is a uniquely bad idea. And it is at its core incompatible with the future that our children deserve. We say we are here for environmental restoration and cultural reconciliation, not further extraction. We are here for indigenous sovereignty, not corporate personhood. We are here to support complete public control of TEP, not a Canadian corporation. We are here to say that support of Project Blue is political suicide in southern Arizona. And we trust that you will vote like your political careers depend on it, because indeed they do. Thank you.
Sandy Garrick. Sandy Garrick. Robert Royce. Mr. Royce. And then after Mr. Royce, the next three speakers are Roland Baker, Tony Gasinski, and Dave Smith. But you know what? No, Mr. Smith told me that he was leaving, so it would be Roland Baker, Tony Gasinski, and Roberto Jaramillo. Mr. Royce.
Well, I'm Robert Royce. Since my opposition to the so-called Project Blue is a matter of public record, I was actually the first person to speak on the subject in this room. I'm going to address your RTA vote. You just voted to spend millions of dollars on a vote in March, and you're going to lose because The 53% of us that live here inside the corporate limits of Tucson know full well that it is not fair for us, the 53%, to settle for a 12.5% representation on the board. It's just wrong. We've been ill-treated in the last 20 years. The voters of Tucson are aware of that fact, and they're going to vote this down. Now, we don't need it. What we need is my countywide sales tax proposal plan. My countywide sales tax plan gives 2% sales tax to every corporate municipality in the county. The balance of the 2% general fund goes to the county. My countywide sales tax plan reserves a 1% transportation tax for every municipal corporation in the county, with the balance going to Pima County to be used for the unincorporated residents. My plan eliminates the heavy weight of the out-of-control RTA board/bureaucracy and allows the municipalities to control their own finances as far as roads go, and the county will have it as of now. I mean, you're going to get a new 2% tax to handle the county roads. It's a better plan than the RTA.
Ms. Baker.
Oops. Sorry. Hello, everybody. How you doing? My name is Roland Baker. Good morning, Chair Scott, Supervisor Allen, Supervisors Cano, Supervisor Hine, and Supervisor Christie. My name is Roland Baker, and I've lived in Pima County since 1987 in District 1 the entire time. Never moved out of the house. I've raised 3 children, and I've helped to raise 9 grandchildren and now 3 great-grandchildren, all of whom were born here in Tucson. So I have a great amount of stake in what Project Blue will negatively do to our desert. I am here to implore all of you to not allow Project Blue to continue forward. Stop this land deal now. I implore you to follow the lead of the City Council, who unanimously voted no on Project Blue, and in fact voted again unanimously on an ordinance immediately to stop any project that takes too much water away from our precious desert, as you well know has been in a drought for over 10 years. They understand the need to save and protect our precious water and the abusive use of any energy. I want to thank Supervisor Allen and Supervisor Connell for making the correct decision when they voted no on Project Blue prior to the City Council's unanimous no vote. I admonish you, Supervisor Scott, for not for your yes vote, but also for your statements that you made in an interview, although knowing that the majority of your constituents, I'm one of them, that said no to Project Blue, and you found in your estimation that it was better for Pima County. What, really? And then, Supervisor Scott, you believe that you know better than your constituents and had made your decision before hearing from us? Supervisor Scott, that is not why you were elected, and now you plan to go ahead knowing very well we do not want this. What is BO giving this county that keeps you wanting to keep Project Blue? We do not want Project Blue. We expect you to follow our lead, stand up to Beal's Corporation, and keep them out. They will only destroy our precious desert. All here know that.
Thank you, Ms. Baker.
Oh, shit.
Tony Gasinski.
Good morning. I'm Tony Gazinski. I'm a 25-year resident of Tucson and Pima County. I live in Ward 4. I live in Steve Christie's district, District 4. And as of August 2025, the City Council unanimously rejected the annexation of the land for Project Blue. And as a result, I want, of course, everyone to vote no at your level in Pima County. I just want everybody to follow through with what was said originally and not deviate from the original plan of not moving forward with that land sale if the City of Tucson did not want it, and we do not want it. I do understand that after the flat tax, everybody's really suffering for tax revenue in both Tucson and Pima County. It seems like everyone's searching for a solution to bring in jobs, to bring in money, to bring in taxes. Project Blue is not the solution, and the deal that they made did not seem, in benefit of Pima County. It seemed really biased in favor of Beale. Everyone here has also realized that they've been communicating with TEP for a very long time, and that needs to be looked into. I'm not a lawyer and I don't understand non-disclosure agreements, but it seems to me as a resident of Pima County that our electric company and large businesses working together to come up with plans on how they're going to bring forth projects sounds a little bit concerning, and I would like that to be looked into. I would also like communication to improve between the Pima County Board of Supervisors and the City of Tucson and the residents of Tucson and Pima County. A lot of people, including myself, attempted to contact you by either phone or email to get more information about this project, but we weren't answered. And so I would like everyone to work harder on communicating to their constituents and making sure that you are answering their questions in a timely fashion.
Thank you, Ms. Kaczynski. And Ms. Kaczynski modeled very well how to speak into the microphone. And again, I ask speakers to adjust the microphone so that it's facing your mouth so that everybody, including our colleague participating remotely, can hear you. Mr. Jaramillo.
Yes, my name is Roberto Bobby Jaramillo. I would like to say thank you, Chairman Scott, for allowing us to speak today, and all the supervisors as well. I'm a longtime resident of Tucson, Arizona. I've seen all the different faces in the chairs that you folks are sitting in right now. So that means I've been here for quite a few decades. My concern is, when we open every public meeting, we open up with a land acknowledgement. In that land acknowledgement, we also include our water, which is sacred. And our Native American brothers and sisters feel the same way. I would like to ask you why, when you started dealing with Project Blue, why weren't our Native American community members at the table when we first started? On the second note, based on economics, being a Southsider all my life, and I'm here to represent the South Side. I also represent Las Aguas, who's a community-based organization. We've been together for quite some time now. But in the sake of economics, we brought a lot of companies in, which polluted our groundwater. Now we're back at the same square we were 40 years ago, if not longer. This is nothing new. You pointed the ball to the City of Tucson Mayor and Council for the annexation. I feel they scored a touchdown by voting no. So I urge you now that the ball's in your court or in your hands to run the ball back and score a touchdown by voting no as well. Okay, so and we mentioned future generations. This is what it's all about. I may have, if I'm blessed, maybe 10 to 15 years left of me, but we have your grandkids, my grandkids, and their great-grandkids as well. So keep those kids in mind when you make the final decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Our next three speakers are Tiffany Tarak, JP Sabatiera, and John Thompson.
My name is Tiffany, and I am a native Tucsonan, born at TMC 44 years ago. I am a mother raising her kids in the Vail School District, a disabled registered dietitian who works in hospice part-time, and I'm a small business owner. Supervisor Christie, you are my representative, and I am imploring you and the rest of the board not to close on this land sale. I would like to echo all of the ethical issues surrounding AI, environmental issues regarding our water scarcity, power grid problems, giving away our resources to greedy corporations, endangered insects, and everything covered so far. But I would also like to cover another issue dear to Vail residents, the school district. Most of us live in Vail because of the school district. Parents in Vail vote for their kids. My son goes to Andrada Polytech High School, just a mile or so away from the proposed site. The NIH, the National Institutes for Health, has found that lower frequency noise pollution can cause cognitive issues in children, including poor memory. The noise pollution from these data centers can reach 2.5 miles. Andrada and Pantano High Schools are within that range of the proposed site. Supervisor Christie, you sold Vail a lemon, and now it's time to take it back. And I implore the rest of the board, Dr. Hines, you should know this as well, that when it comes to noise pollution and children and cognitive issues, memory, all of that, that's a big concern. So not only are we going to pollute the water, all of our resources, for all of the Vail residents, but we're going to make it harder for the children. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Before we hear from our next speaker, consistent with board rules, I'd like to make a motion that we extend call to the public beyond the hour that we allot to it.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Item passes 4-0 because Supervisor Hines had to leave the dais. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, and did you? We're voting to extend call to the public. All right, so item passes 5-0. Thank you, colleagues. Sir.
Board and Chair, my name is Jonathan Salvatierra. Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive. Sir Walter Scott. Our public servant administrators, elected servants, and their worthy staff and facilitators are put to task to narrow the scope of their integrity to further practices of blatant deceit of the public trust. When rendering an opinion to the public before this forum, I expect each of you to do the same and create findings that render resounding wisdom that you honor and share with us. All it takes is a motion seconded by a resoundingly unanimous vote to modify the newest iteration of terms of using any prescribed non-disclosure procedure or artifice to include the contemporaneously and expedient proffering of a proposition voted upon by the public that concurs with the Board of Supervisors' final determination of approval or denial, with the public vote by the people's overruling and superseding any review decision detrimental to its force and effect to harm the outcome or overall health, safety, and future common welfare of our society and national resources. We need to head this off to pass. I can't allow any of my friends that sit on the boards and their wonderful staff to be undermined by this kind of a situation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, our next three speakers are John Thompson, Ori Green, and Tom Przelski.
Hi, guys. My name is John Thompson. I live down in Sahuarita, Miss Allen. It's your district down there.
Can you put the microphone closer to your mouth?
How's that?
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
I lived down there since '71. Before even the only thing between my house and the bar was the school. Well, we have 10 acres. I have 10 acres down there. very nice cleaned area. I don't tear the trees down or nothing. But some people use there as landfills, literally. It's terrible down there some places. But I have a storage container. One. It's been there over 15 years. Trees bigger than this building in there around them. It's nothing, no problem. They were supposed to address this in April. I don't know if you guys talked to Environmental Quality Control about this. I got into a little hearing with them. They don't like me, I don't think, but a squatter, that was his words. I walked out my back door. He's living between my fence and the wash. Brought all these animals. I went over and told him politely, "You can't live here." You know. He threatened me and all that. I said, "Okay, we'll deal with it." So first, Nick told me don't worry about it, and then a few months later, he complained again, and they said, "We're going to have to do something about it." And I said, "Well, everybody has them." And they said, "Well, nobody's complained about theirs." I said, "Well, they have to look like they're doing their job, so they're going to take action against me next month." And I said, "Okay." So I brought Joel from 9 came out last week, and we went around the neighborhood and took pictures and videos of how many there are, green ones, brown ones, blue ones. And so they seem like they're singling me out personally and want me to pay $1,000 for a variance hearing, which I told them I'll move it in the center of my property where my dog pens are. I've cleared out an area. I said, "You won't even be able to see it from all 4 corners of my property." My neighbors has got 5.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
I need more time.
Ori Green.
Good morning. My name is Ori Green. I'm a local mom, small business owner, and District 5 constituent. My partner and I are actually taking time away from our paid work to be here to try and fight for our community in the way that you're all supposed to be doing. We shouldn't have to. I want to thank Supervisors Allen and Cano for voting no initially on selling the land to Beal. I want to thank those of you who are here today for allowing us to speak and listening to our concerns. It means a lot. I'm not going to try and educate you on how horrible Project Blue would be for Tucson. You must already know. We've been very vocal about it, and there are endless resources about it. I've learned more in the past few months than I ever thought I'd need to know. We've all seen the video of the Beal representative lying to the Board of Supervisors about what happens if the City Council doesn't annex the land. And for those supervisors who voted yes, I'm curious if you just didn't read the contract before voting, or if you read the contract and then let them lie. We now ask you to please do everything that you can to do to stop this sale. We're not dealing with an honest and honorable company. They've shown that they lie. We know that they will not do anything to protect our community. That's your job. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green. Mr. Przelski. And after Mr. Przelski, we have Raylin Orozco, Mike Humphrey, and Asa Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, first of all, for pronouncing my name correctly. I've had an issue with that in Phoenix. So my name is Tom Przelski. I am the Senior Political Advisor for Rural Arizona Action. And I'm here to kind of dispel one of the myths that the supporters of this project have been using in public statements, which is that somehow Tucson and Pima County have been unique in pushing against this. That somehow people in Phoenix and Mesa, they've been doing this and it's been no problem. Well, except that in Phoenix and Mesa and Chandler and Mojave County and other places, they have actually been passing ordinances to put some controls on data centers. So I think in Chandler, they're very concerned about the heat that emanates from these. They're very concerned about the water use, and even the Arizona Corporation Commission, not a bunch of hippies, not a bastion of progressivism. They're concerned about the impact on electricity infrastructure that these are having. So I really urge you to reconsider and urge you to reject this notion that somehow we're being unreasonable by opposing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Przelski.
Hello? Okay.
Hello, good morning to you all. My name is Raylan Orozco. I'm 14 years old, and I'm asking you to not go forward with the land sale for Project Blue. I am a native Tucsonian. On August 4th, I attended a public meeting with my friends. We got to talk to the mayor, and she pinky promised us that she would not let this pass. Our efforts did not go to waste, but victory is short-lived. A boundary is being crossed. We told BL Infrastructure no, and TEP no, and they keep on pushing. $3.6 billion, more than my parents, my grandparents, and my great-grandparents have and will ever make in any of our lifetimes. To one building that does not bring any actual service to people in Arizona. What, to get your packages faster? To talk to an AI therapist instead of a real one? If I can inform you that 45% of Tucson is Hispanic, and 56% of Tucson identifies as non-white. Why do I bring up this point? Because Amazon supports a company that I put $30 million into, a technology AI surveillance called Palantir, to make an AI system called Immigration OS. This, my friends, is environmental racism. Example, they put AI data centers in low-income black neighborhoods outside of Arizona. This is exactly what you think it is. Though the mayor promised me, I fully acknowledge that you cannot trust any politician. But I give my promise to my community that I will keep fighting, and there's many more promises to come. If this does pass, you reap what you sow.
Mike Humphrey.
Hi, Chairman Scott, members of the board. I'm Joanne Shepard. I'm here on behalf of Mike Humphrey, who's back here. He had a minor eye procedure this morning, and he can't read. Thank you for the opportunity to address you on the critical issue of Project Blue. Although Mike serves on the Pima County Board of Health, he's speaking to you now as a private citizen. I want to focus my comments on the public health implications of the introduction of hyperscale data centers into Pima County, specifically the threat it poses to our electric power grid and the health and safety of our community. According to the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, a single hyperscale data center can require 100 or more megawatts of power, which is comparable to the energy consumption of a medium-sized city. Multiple centers are being proposed by Project Blue, as you know. There has been no verifiable evidence that the current electrical grid can support the additional power demand of these data centers, while simultaneously meeting the current and future power need of Tucsonans. This fact was confirmed by the comments made by TEP Representative Joe Salkowski at a recent public meeting, when he stated that the current system could only support a small portion of the center's initial phase. Hyperscale data centers contribute to power blackouts due to their high energy consumption. If the grid is unstable or unable to meet this demand, except especially during extreme summer temperatures, outages or blackouts can occur. In addition, blackouts can occur when they suddenly drop off the power grid, which can overload the system and lead to instability. This happened in Northern Virginia, where a large number of data centers switched to backup power simultaneously. This incident caused widespread blackouts, forcing grid operators to take emergency measures to stabilize power supply. Researchers at ASU looked at the impact on Phoenix of a 2-day blackout with a 3-day recovery period during a period of extreme heat. Their analysis concluded that if such an event occurred in Phoenix, it would necessitate the hospitalization of half of the population and result in the rate of heat-related mortality to increase by 700%.
Thank you, Ms. Shepard, and good luck, Mr. Humphrey, as you're recovering from your procedure. We're thinking about you. All right, we have 4 more speakers, so you can come and sit at the front while you wait your turn. Asa Ramsey is our next speaker, followed by Reed Sperling, Eden Cornejo Enriquez, and Marisol Winfrey Herrera.
Hi, my name is Asa Ramsey with the No Desert Data Center Coalition. I just want to name, as you can see from the room, we are here out of deep concern and deep care for our Tucson community. We are here because we care about the future of the water here. We care about what happens to the people who live here. And something that I have been deeply concerned by in my 2 months of participation with the No Desert Data Center Coalition is how hard it has been to participate in this process. We have mobilized what I believe is maybe thousands of people in opposition to this. To participate in that mobilization in this community has been so moving. I don't know when the last time it was that you all felt so moved by living here, but I have been feeling that on a consistent basis by participating in this coalition. We have come together to inform each other about what exactly is happening, which did not seem to be what was happening here. I don't know what entailed to vote on something that had a non-disclosure agreement. I don't know what you all knew or didn't know. We went to the town halls, and because I had participated in the information sessions with our community who had been researching what it would mean to our energy grid and what it would mean to our water grid, I learned and we learned that they were lying to us at the town halls. Right? We learned that because of what the community put together to investigate what this meant. We had people reading the contracts. We had people looking at what the impact would be to our grid. And we realized we needed to oppose this because it put us at risk. And so I am imploring you to join our community. Join us.
Mr. Sperling.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Scott and Board of Supervisors. Oh, thanks. Good morning. Thank you, Chair Scott and Board of Supervisors. My name is Reed Sperling, and I'm a Pima County resident. Last Wednesday, I watched you discuss your priorities for the next 3 years and beyond, and I was encouraged by what I heard. Supervisor Cano, you want the county to work on the economy, the environment, and education, and I support these priorities. Supervisor Hines, you discussed eliminating homelessness, fighting chronic disease, and aligning economic development with county priorities, especially our environmental stewardship goals. I fully agree. Supervisor Allen, you listed your priorities as tying treatment programs into housing and employment, addressing climate change, and tackling poverty. Absolutely, yes. Chair Scott, your priorities around budgeting address the challenges of allocating scarce resources effectively, which I agree is critical. I ask you all to stick with your priorities as you consider any proposed large data center developments. For example, we should consider if a project that would double the energy use of Tucson and use lots of water fits with the county's environmental stewardship goals. It doesn't. Additionally, an important part of fighting chronic disease is preventing large projects from causing chronic disease. The board failed to ensure this when approving Project Blue with no environmental impact study and inadequate contractual safeguards. These proposed data centers could cause air and noise pollution, will warm the planet further, and contribute to worsening water shortages. All of that endangers public health. You have defined your priorities. Please prioritize them and focus on developing our economy in ways that protect our environment and our health. More housing, more green jobs, and more flow in our rivers are great ways to start. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sperling.
Hello, everybody. My name is Eden, and the Four Directions know me as Quetzalhuitzilin. I'm here today for I'm very anxious. I'm 15 years old, and I have never seen the flowing waters of the Santa Cruz River. I have known, though, the 176 lives lost in 2023 due to the heat and the inability to pay for their air conditioning. Our neighboring county of Maricopa, just the I-10 away, Phoenix, and its 645 lost because of the heat. You, board, if you lend your support to the Project Blue and its economics it will bring, you forget the seriousness and the absolute realness that our climate holds and the dangers of it. Climate change is rapidly deadly, destructive, without a care how much money is in your pockets. The board, for the care of your people, the people you took an oath to serve and protect, reject Project Blue and the lies it has given us blatantly to our face. Whilst I stand here on my 2 feet to speak for my family and my friends and the future generations that Tucson will hold, we forget the people, not the people, we forget the ones long before us, with no voice and no diction to dictate their fate. The animals, whose bodies, shoeless and clothless, must drag across burning hot floors. I speak for them, and I sincerely hope you have the best interest for my generation and for all my friends and my family and my community, every single person here. I pray that you have genuine care for us. Thank you for your time.
Very much. Thank you. Our final speaker is Marisol Winfrey Herrera, but if there's anyone else who wants to address the board, you can do so. Just get one of those green slips from our staff from the clerk's office in front.
Hi, everybody. Okay, I'm Marisol. Yeah, thank you for your time. Thank you for extending the time for everybody to be able to speak. And I'm just here as support for everything everybody has said. There's nothing I can say better that has already been said. But I do want to share my reflections after the last time I was here, right? A very disappointing vote from this board. I want to ask you to think about the human part of it. I believe that each of you is a human before you're a politician. It was really unsettling to me. I'm sorry to call you out, but especially Dr. Hines, how you guys looked me in the eye and acknowledged my humanity and then still voted the way that you did. Really, it hurt. Honestly, it hurt. The other thing that really concerned me, Supervisor Cano, I'm your constituent, how you said when you voted, this is water positive. And then all of the research that came out from the community that actually blew that claim out of the water. At best, water neutral, but actually in practice, water negative, right? So I just want there to be such rigor that no corporation can take advantage of you guys. Because we voted for you, or yes, people voted for everybody here, and there's trust in that, and I would love for each of you to live up to that. And Jen Allen, you have been such a star for us. Thank you for all of the resources that you put into this fight, and all the research that you did and your team did, and that your position here gives me hope. And there's still so much yet to come. And I would love, Asa requested of you, be present with us, the community, in this fight, because it's bigger than all of us, and we have to be together to fight it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to your child for waiting until the very end. They were terrific. So at this point, I'm going to close call to the public because we have no more speaker cards. I'm going to ask my colleagues if they'd like to ask staff to follow up on anything that was presented, ask that an item be placed on a future agenda, or respond to anything that was said.
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
Yes, I would be very much appreciative if staff would assist the constituent who is having the issue with the storage container on his property, if they could follow that up and see what effect they might be able to have to resolve the situation.
I believe that was Mr. Thompson. Yes, and Administrator Lesher indicates that she has already written down his name and contact information, Supervisor. Anybody else?
Thank you.
All right. Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Allen, I didn't see your hand. I apologize.
It was very subtle down here. Sorry. I just want to thank you all for coming. Right. You have organized extensively for the last few months. There wasn't a whole lot of information to respond to, and and yet you persisted, you demanded, you showed up. And this is what good governance looks like, right? There's many ways to be able to work with elected officials, inform your representatives about what your priorities are, what the needs are, what the realities are. And I just want to say that I appreciate you. And what you have done, the time you have taken, the research you've done, it is hard work and it's impressive. And thank you for standing up.
Thank you, Supervisor. Anybody else? And as chair of the board, I would like to thank all of you for your patience and for listening when everybody else was speaking and reserving your applause and shouting until after each person was done speaking. I share Supervisor Allen's compliments in terms of how this was conducted. And if anybody felt during this process that it was difficult to reach any of us through our offices, please know that you can always contact the clerk of the board's office, and anything that you have to say will be communicated by the clerk and her staff to all 5 of the supervisorial offices. All right, we have a time certain item at 11 o'clock, and that is to go into executive session. I will move that the board go into executive session.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0, and the board is in executive session. All right. After what might have been the longest executive session that anybody can remember, we are back in session. If you go to the addendum, both executive session item number 1 and executive session item number 2 were for board information only. There are no items for us to act on after that. That all correct, Ms. Manriquez? All right, Mr. Brown?
Just wanted to clarify that we did receive direction and we will proceed as directed.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Forgive me if after 3 hours I forgot that. All right. So let's do this. I was just sharing with Supervisor Allen that I've got some items that I think that we could bundle so that we can get to some items that we're not going to be able to bundle. So if the board is willing to consider it, and Supervisor Christie, you hearing us okay?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to move that we approve items 15, 16, 17, and 18.
Second?
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All right, those items pass 5-0. Would also like to move items 21, 22, 23, and 24.
Second?
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Those 4 items also pass 5-0. And now would like to move consideration of items 25, 26, 27, and 28.
Second?
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those 4 items pass unanimously. And then finally, would like to move items 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33.
Second?
Moved and seconded by...
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Christie.
If I could just have the opportunity to vote on 33.
Yes, sir. Therefore, I will move items 29, 30, 31, and 32. Is that okay with you, Supervisor? Okay. All those in favor, I'm sorry, discussion?
Yeah, just for items.
Go
30,
ahead.
I guess items 30 and 31, Mr. Chair, is that, why are we having those reductions, like the decrease?
Administrator Lesher.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Chairman Scott, Supervisor Hines. They have been reductions provided from the federal government through the state to our program. Did Mr. Sullivan?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Hines, Administrator Lesher, that is correct. The Department of Housing doesn't often seek our approval or our input before moving money around. However, we did receive a substantial $1 million one-time allocation, so we will be able to serve the same amount of people as we were planning on serving this year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. All those, any other discussion on those 4 items? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those items pass unanimously. And then
Mr.
at this
Chairman?
point, I will move item number 33.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Cano. Discussion? Supervisor Christie, please.
Yeah, I'm curious if this grant is being reviewed by the federal government, and if that review has been complete, and if there's some kind of opportunity that it might be clawed back.
Administrator Lesher.
Chair, excuse me, Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, we do not believe so at this time.
Thank you.
All right. All those in favor of item number 33 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. Okay, we're going to go, thank you all for doing that. Let's now go to, hold on just one second. Let's go now to addendum item number 3. We had, if you remember way back to this morning, when we had agenda adjustments, Ms. Lesher had requested that we have the presentation from Ms. Darland before we considered regular agenda item number 3. That will also clear out the addendum for us. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Lesher if she has any introductory comments before we hear from Ms. Darland, who I hope has not had to sit in the room very long during executive session.
Thank you very much, Chair Scott, and I would simply turn it over to our Director, Darland, to review the county initiatives today. Thank you.
Thank you, County Administrator Lesher. Chair Scott, members of the board, good afternoon. I will keep this as brief and concise as possible. Next slide, please. Again, I always want to start by grounding in the 5 priorities that established the Office of Housing Opportunities and Homeless Solutions back in December of 2023. Briefly, that is, again, to conduct an inventory of county and partner programming, to also, number 2, to describe and illustrate how services are accessed and delivered to vulnerable populations. Number 3, to develop county and public-facing communications on how to access resources and services. And priorities number 4 and 5 best align, broadly speaking, to today's presentation. Next slide, please. So if you all recall, in August of just last month, I presented to you all an update on the efforts to establish a shelter feasibility and work plan in response to the May 6th request from Chair Scott. Briefly, that covered the evaluation of the existing challenges as well as the opportunities, including the opportunity to develop some models of approach and strategies utilizing available local resources. That presentation also concluded on the need for a regional dialogue and various different components that would inform a regional plan, one of which being the development and completion of the Tucson-Pima collaboration to end homelessness, their 5-year strategic plan, as well as forthcoming recommendations to the board from the Pima County Regional Affordable Housing Commission, one of which you'll hear later following my presentation this afternoon. And for the purpose of today's presentation, I wanted to share with the board a presentation that was made to your commission on August 19th that informs on the strategy for households exiting homelessness. Here I'm going to pause just for a moment to remind the board that in January 2025, you all heard preliminary results from the Eco Northwest Contracted Housing Needs Assessment and Market Analysis, wherein Eco Northwest identified a future need of 116,000 units of housing that would be affordable for households at or below 80% of the area median income. 21,000 of those units were identified as immediate need, and 8,000 of those were for those individuals who were exiting homelessness. Following the January 25 presentation to the board, the county administrator directed staff to begin working with a working group of the Regional Affordable Housing Commission on the development of a draft housing strategy and funding plan. This, of course, did precede the board's action on the adoption of Board Policy D22.17 around the 10-year funding plan. However, the staff had began to use the preliminary results from the Eco Northwest study to begin to develop some core components that would help to frame and inform a strategy. Staff and the commissioners identified 4 key elements of that strategy development. Those 4 key elements were really about establishing a baseline understanding of the current approaches and strategies to developing and preserving housing that's affordable, but also in coordination and conversation with our regional partners as well as members of our commission who are very diverse and have a high level of experience in this particular field. Staff and commissioners identified 4 areas. Those were gap funding, or the funding mechanisms used to develop affordable housing, Also, the second was preservation of existing affordable housing structures. That wasn't just the multifamily properties, but that was also looking at what was being done here locally to preserve housing or preserve keeping people housed in housing that they can already afford by way of weatherization and home repair programs. The third strategy under development still currently is that of a market rate strategy. We know that if we are not also addressing our area market rate housing needs, that we're going to create further pressure, downward pressure on those units of housing that are affordable. So we have to have a balanced approach to also to address both ends of the housing spectrum. And fourth and finally is a strategy for housing for households exiting homelessness. And that's what I'll be presenting for you all here today. Next slide, please. So much like the board, your commission also heard from Kat Davis, who is a Continuum of Care Program Lead Manager with the City of Tucson. She helped inform the board on just a baseline understanding of the main portfolio of housing programs for households exiting homelessness. This is a current strategy being employed today. She reviewed with them what the structure of what TPCH is and how the city and the county both support that role and how the facilitation of approximately $12 million is utilized to address housing for households exiting homelessness. I followed Ms. Davis by presenting here what you see on this slide before you, which is one that, first of all, just the ways in which these programs are traditionally administered. Traditionally, we are talking about three core housing approaches. One is transitional housing, that is moving folks out of unsheltered or sheltered settings into housing, getting them back on their feet, back into the world of work, and eventually those individuals may move into housing in a lease of their name or may be reunified with other family members. Rapid rehousing, which is a limited time intervention for individuals who generally have a low acuity of need, meaning that they don't have come into the housing program with a high level of acuity, and they're able to likely gain housing stability pretty quickly. And the third and final is permanent supportive housing programs. That's for individuals who are both experiencing long periods of chronic homelessness and also have a diagnosed disabling condition that likely is a contributor to their ongoing or returns to homelessness. For these types of programs, there are essentially three sources of funding. There's federal through the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Largely, that's going to be coming to communities through your Continuum of Care programming. You also have emergency solution grant funds that are also administered to local jurisdictions through a formula allocation. Additionally, there are state dollars. That's through Access and through the Arizona Department of Economic Security. And locally here, you see both the county and the city appropriating local general fund dollars for supportive services for individuals who are experiencing homelessness or exiting homelessness. And here, Pima County is also an outlier because of the significant investment in the Emergency Eviction Legal Services Program, which again goes a long way to preserving first time and returns to homelessness for individuals at the time that they lose housing. The type of housing program models vary, but essentially they are scattered site, meaning that an individual can select a housing of their choice near a school, near a place of work, or near some of the mainstream resources that they tend to access frequently. Another form is site-based or program or project-based housing. That means that the housing unit is funded and paid for at a specific site. So the individual will go to a site that's already funded by, whether it's through HUD or through another state or rental assistance program. You have agency-owned and developed projects as well. Those would be your La Fronteras, your Primaveras, those nonprofit organizations that will be developing these units and then later housing folks in them. And the average annual cost per household, and this is a national average as evaluated in 2024 by the National Alliance to End Homelessness, ranges anywhere between $8,400 per household to a little under $21,000 per household. That's pretty high. We see something a little bit lower here locally, but typically that is about what you would see, and the range would reflect really what is a transitional housing or a rapid rehousing cost at the low end, at $8,400. And closer to the high end, about $21,000, that's going to be closely what you're going to be spending on a permanent supportive housing program for an individual who's going to require an ongoing rental subsidy for an indefinite period of time. Next slide, please. So really looking at the context of the current way in which these programs are administered, this is a very busy slide, but this also is very indicative of a very bureaucratic process by which we are facilitating resources for individuals exiting homelessness. And in many cases, we are not necessarily doing this urgently. This is not to be confused with emergency housing. This does require a system by which individuals are prioritized, by which people are also deemed as being eligible for certain project types. We have to understand that most of the time HUD recognizes homelessness on two different variables. One is that you are actually literally experiencing street homelessness or living in a place not meant for human habitation. That would be your car or a shelter, as well as maybe fleeing domestic violence. HUD does not recognize anybody who is couch hopping, meaning those individuals who might be economically homeless because they can't necessarily acquire a rent in their name. HUD does not recognize those individuals experiencing homelessness. There's also a difference in strategy where we have permanent supportive housing programs where we can serve chronically homeless individuals, but that does require that they come into the program with a diagnosed condition, a diagnosed disabling condition. Whereas here locally, we do have a number of people who are seeing an exaggerated length of time homelessness. However, they are not necessarily coming in with a diagnosis. They've been disconnected from a medical or mental health provider. And many times these individuals have been out for a moment, but they haven't necessarily been diagnosed and won't be diagnosed as having a condition that would be for continuing to be a disabling condition. Again, the project requirements do have very specific populations for youth, for veterans, and they do have to be referred through a community process based off priorities set by the local community. And then there is an ongoing conversation at the national level related to housing first. Housing first means housing for individuals without any preconditions such as employment or sobriety. We also know here locally that it's never meant to be housing first and housing only. It's meant to be housing first and additional resources that can help individuals secure and maintain housing stability. However, that is very complicated because we haven't necessarily seen federal grants come in with enough funding to actually underwrite the supportive service component to keeping people stably housed, and it has gotten a great deal more complex. And again, we are still sort of awaiting some rulemaking from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development following the July 24, 2025 executive order. We're really unclear as to what that may mean as far as how it will impact local programming and the local housing first strategy. Next slide, please. So in the development of recommendations for your Affordable Housing Commission on the strategy for housing for households exiting homelessness, we embarked on having conversations with your local nonprofits in our community, talking with those programs that are themselves developing affordable housing and establishing an understanding of their approach. For programs, they will go out and do a capital campaign, reaching out to their nonprofit supporters to help fund the development and construction of units. Those will sometimes yield between 30 and 40 units, which isn't a great deal for a lot of the effort that the nonprofits are putting into raising those funds. We also had a conversation about the strategies in which they're employing different construction of the actual units to serve these households. So hotel conversions, right? So one of the things that we're finding that, yes, a nonprofit may be able to acquire a hotel for a very affordable rate, but what they're finding is that converting that into affordable housing to meet even the federal requirements for housing quality standards, the cost to rehab and bring those back up to normal code is pretty cost prohibitive. It's sort of one of those things, once you pull back the drywall, you start to see the things and the deferred maintenance, and the costs start to add up. You also have local nonprofits that are looking to add tiny home construction. Those can range anywhere between $30,000 and $50,000 per unit. That does not include the sewer and the overall infrastructure improvements that also need to be able to support those units once they're installed. And that also is another cost consideration. It also doesn't consider the land acquisition costs. And containers. We're not really sure how this is going to play here in Arizona. There are some zoning issues to still be sort of wrangled out, as well as whether or not they're energy efficient. However, the costs for those are already sort of projected to be somewhere around $120,000. Again, that does not count or include the sewer tie or any of the land acquisition in which the container would be located. We do see, and even through the board's approval of previous gap funding, you have developers like Newport, that was built out the Belvedere location and works in partnership with Primavera for the supportive services. So those are really great collaborations that ensure support services are provided for those households. And based on how they're funded, it may actually be a requirement that you have supportive services available for those households. If you have, say, project-based vouchers or anything that would say any number of units over a certain amount, you have to have support services provided for those folks, especially if they're coming in they're coming in from a homeless setting. And really, at the end of the day, asking your developers to come up with a pro forma or a financing structure to help underwrite units that would absolutely be dedicated for households exiting homelessness without a guarantee, such as a federal project-based voucher, is a very difficult thing for them to pencil out. They cannot secure debt against unknown future revenue from rental income. So this is where the strategy gets a little bit varied from from all of the other traditional approaches when we're talking about construction for units for households at or below 80% of the area median income. These folks come in with absolutely no income. We work to get them restable. You hope that you're bringing them in with a rental support. However, that's not guaranteed. So again, it's very difficult for a developer to be able to actualize that debt for a prospective lender. Next slide, please. So again, all of this is predicated on the findings from Eco Northwest. The preliminary results, as mentioned earlier, identified 116,000 units needed by 2045, and that includes the 21,000 units right now of current household need, 8,000 of which are for those individuals who would be exiting homeless situations. It's important to note that of those individuals who do get housed, whether it be from a federal program, from a state, or even from local resources and supports, are largely going to be housed in any unit we can find that's available. And that means that we're spending a lot of money on market rate rents. We already know that market rate rent is still higher than most folks can afford. And so what we are doing is we're always housing people, and we're crossing our fingers and hoping that they can stay stably housed, especially when we're leasing them up in units that exceed 100 and 120% of the area median income. Next slide, please. So we come back to this. So of all of the considerations, I have had the unique opportunity to be looking at this on both sides, right? So to be evaluating recommendations around shelter feasibility, knowing that traditionally we have on average about 1,300 individuals who may not be in sheltered settings during the point in time count. Also knowing that we've got to be looking at how our Affordable Housing Commission is making recommendations to you all around a housing strategy over the next 10 years and how that 8,000 number of units is part of that 21,000 of current needs. So balancing that as well. And again, the housing strategy as informed by Board Policy 22.17, right? Gap funding for housing that will be affordable and could really interrupt homelessness. There's always the balance that you have to strike on any sort of funding recommendation that understands that unit development will take time. And we can't, in the meantime, ignore what is an ongoing crisis for individuals when housing affordability is still a challenge. So you have to balance a little bit of both at the same time. You know, it's like walking backwards, chewing bubble gum, you know, on a tightrope. Next slide, please. So this brings to the recommendation for you that, again, this was a recommendation proposed to the Regional Affordable Housing Commission in consideration of their full recommendation for a housing strategy. And that is, again, aligned, taking into consideration and keeping it in alignment with Board Policy D22.17, closing the gap in affordable housing, tackling housing insecurity, and preventing an escalation of homelessness. So the recommendation is threefold. It is to, one, continue to use gap funding to build more housing that's affordable. Two, it's to do whatever we can to continue to disrupt homelessness at the time housing is lost. So to prevent return or first-time homelessness. That is where the Pima County Emergency Eviction Legal Services Program is still an outlier nationally in terms of an ongoing program to interrupt homelessness at the time housing is lost. And the third and final is a rental subsidy to find some manner and way to bridge folks into housing while at the same time building units that will be affordable at 80 for households earning at or below 80% of the area median income and remain affordable for a minimum of 30 years. It's a way of ensuring that you can see this in a very diverse and very strategic approach, so that it doesn't mean that we're over prioritizing one particular strategy at the expense of future unit development and future unit, because again, the inventory is always going to be a significant constraint in interrupting homelessness. And to go back briefly to, the evaluation that I conducted in terms of to help frame recommendations for a shelter feasibility and work plan. Looking at 50 states, affordable housing is the thing that is driving a lot of the challenges in every state across the country. And in terms of interrupting homelessness, not a single example pointed specifically and only to shelter, but it pointed to a very specific strategy in which you are preventing first-time homelessness because it's cost saving, right? It's actually a lot less expensive to prevent homelessness than it is to end it, again, as was evident through the cost range between $8,400 and $20,000 a year. But it's also the thing that really makes the difference, right? When you talk to anyone on in any lane of advocacy or work in homeless issues, they will always tell you that the first thing to address homelessness, to really stave off homelessness, is access to housing. Housing is a significant barrier. And that's all that I have, and I can pause here for questions.
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
Sorry, I didn't have my microphone on, Supervisor. Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Christie.
Yeah, I was wondering if Ms. Darling could just very briefly address how the July 24th, 2025 executive order from the administration will she will be addressing this executive order. And I'm kind of wondering how Section 8 citizenship enforcement will impact this effort.
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, this is still a space of unknown. The soonest that we're going to be able to see how the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development has interpreted the president's executive order will be when they make their annual release of notice of funding opportunity, which is yet to be released. And that way will be our first opportunity to see what the department has directed and how they're interpreting that executive order. But to date, we have yet to see any official rulemaking from the administration in that space. Now, it could very well be that the city of Tucson, because they are the public housing authority, they may see other versions of that executive order. However, we are not a public housing authority, and I'm not aware of any again, rulemaking or direction to the county specifically in that space.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other questions or comments from board members? I had one, and I had emailed you yesterday, Director Darland, and copied Ms. Lesher. In the August 28th memo that you sent to Ms. Lesher and she forwarded to the board the same day, under the section entitled Development of a Work Plan, there's a bulleted section entitled Regional Dialogue. And I just wanted to read the last three sentences from that section. It says, the reoccurring theme in multiple conversations during conducting this evaluation, and I want to say parenthetically, I appreciate greatly how much dialogue you had with our partners in the public and private sectors throughout the region while you were following up on the request that I made. The recurring theme in multiple conversations during conducting this evaluation was the absence of a regional mission that includes jurisdictional representatives, housing and services providers, faith-based organizations, business representatives, and community stakeholders. The objective would be to establish a clear set of goals which could create a means of establishing collective accountability and expand participation of community stakeholders in addressing challenges. While there is active interest in convening a regional discussion, no plans have been established to date. I would appreciate it if you and Ms. Lesher could get back to the board at least prior to our next meeting on September 16th in the form of a memorandum, and just let us know some options that the county could exercise for playing a leadership role in convening that regional discussion that you have found really needs to happen.
Chair Scott, absolutely. One thing I would be remiss if I did not share with, if I haven't said it enough in my presentation, I'd want to just say it one more time. Absolutely, I can get on that memo as well. In the sense that the county has convened a very meaningful conversation around housing affordability. The work with staff and CWD, as well as development services and real property, has also involved their counterparts at the city of Tucson, Marana, Oro Valley, Sahuarita. This is, so to that extent, I want to assure the board that absent of an actual convening on homelessness specifically, this is one thing that I do believe that the county has done very, very well as a leader in the regional space, addressing what, again, is a national crisis. It's a national challenge, affordable housing. And this is where the county, through the composition of your Regional Affordable Housing Commission, and again, through the working group with your commission members and our regional partners, we have had some extraordinarily meaningful conversations and development related to the recommendation that you'll be seeing more comprehensively at the end of this calendar year. So again, happy to get on the convening for the homeless conversation, but I just again want to assure you, especially before Director Sullivan presents on his item, is to again say that this is where the county has been a leader.
I absolutely agree, and I'm grateful for the fact that the Regional Affordable Housing Commission not only includes appointees from each one of our 5 offices, but also includes jurisdictional representation. I'm grateful to Ms. Lesher and her team for making sure to expand that jurisdictional representation to include representation from the Pasquayaqui tribe and Tohono O'odham Nation. I think all the work that's been done in that space is absolutely laudatory. And I think it's a foundation that we can build on in terms of having that regional discussion about homelessness that you reference in your memo.
Chair Scott.
Thank you. Supervisor Cano.
Thank you so much, Chair. And Director Darlin, thank you for your comprehensive update. As we get ready to hear from Director Sullivan and the board sets forth all of our funding parameters for some of these additional dollars to go toward housing, I just have to say that so much of what you have shared to the board is going to require a lot of innovation and creativity, especially in the nonprofit sector. And I guess I'm really just venting at this point after a 3-hour executive session, in that I'm hearing a lot of concern among some Tucsonans about some innovative programs that are going to be addressing homelessness in a creative way. And I'm concerned and to understand both sides. I see the public safety side, and I see the need for us to have humanitarian response. What I don't think is really, what I'm trying to stress from this dais is that innovation will be key in all of this, and it's going to be important for us to be able to try something different and be able to keep people housed. And I just sense a lot of NIMBYism right now happening in our community as it relates to some of these programs. And do you want some kind of reform or do you not, right? Is kind of the rhetorical question that I'm having here, trying to grasp, because I think that I have seen our community provide resources. I've seen where that does not work either. And I feel like at least from this perspective, the county has continued to do our part to try to encourage action. And so as we figure out what those new strategies are going to be, I just tell you to go full speed ahead is what I wanted to share. Director, you are doing incredible work. Now we have data to be able to put behind all of it, and I think that's exactly the type of policy decisions that we ought to be making. And really just wanted to say thanks. Appreciate you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. Supervisor Christie, anything else on your end? All right. Okay, Director Darling, thank you very much. Appreciate your patience. I think because we were asked to pair these items, we will go ahead and go to item number 14, which is fiscal year 25-26 affordable housing fund allocation. Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much, Chair Scott, and thank you for allowing that adjustment in the agenda, because I think it allows us to provide the platform to really understand how we are looking at allocating these funds. And what Director Darling is going to, Director Sullivan is going to review with you today is how we are proposing to allocate the $5 million for Build More, in addition to the $3.5 million to keep people housed. So we can look at both gap housing, rental housing, and then everything we need for rent, mortgage, utility, rapid rehousing, and all of it built on the kind of work that Director Darling has brought before us. So, Mr. Sullivan, please.
Chair Scott, members of the board, Administrator Lesher, it's a hard act to follow with Director Darling. I think she said it all and said it very well. But, while she was speaking, I was thinking about the old days when Jen and I worked in our homeless services division, actually serving folks, and how a proposal like this would have been was a dream of ours, to have funds from the local level that we could be, as Supervisor Cano said, innovative, do things differently, not do things the way that HUD and rapid rehousing has been doing since the 80s, but actually figure out, try new things and do more for folks. So with this wonderful opportunity of $8.5 million that we had this year, we took it to the Housing Commission and asked them to put it into two buckets. The two buckets were, build more at $5 million and keep people housed, which is really both are very exciting, but I'm excited for the keep people housed portion of it. The real differentiation in the build more category is the addition of bridge housing and transitional housing. Now, this isn't to pay the services for bridge or transitional housing. This is to build or maintain more bridge or transitional housing. And then keeping people housed, we kept it into three buckets: preservation, weatherization, and home repair, which, as federal programs go, are some of the most burdensome programs that we have. But we are looking to target those living in mobile homes and those living on tribal nations. And then with rent and utility assistance, it's where I see us being the most innovative. We have a very proven track record of.
Pardon me, Director Sullivan, if you could speak more into the microphone. Supervisor Christie is having some difficulty hearing you.
Absolutely. Is that better?
Yeah. He gave the thumbs up. Thank you, Director Sullivan.
Yeah, absolutely. Rent and utility assistance, we have a proven track record of more than 40 years of giving out rent and utility assistance, especially during the pandemic when we gave up more than $85 million. However, with the flexibility of these funds, again, we'll be able to innovate. We'll be able to pair our programs with other programs that we have within workforce, community and workforce development, most notably our workforce program. So, in the past where we have just paid a month's rent or moved somebody into a shelter situation, we'll be able to provide complete wraparound services so that situation does not repeat itself. And really build out a model that is, if the affordability is just something that we can't overcome, then we have the safety net of the Craycroft Hotel, or we have the ability, again, through employment or receipt of benefits to make it so that people can afford their housing moving forward. And then also the last category being rapid rehousing, which is a proven model for those who are at the lower acuity. They would be primarily the population that we're seeing at the Craycroft that is underutilized right now. In our continuum of care, in the last year and a half or so, we've lost about $1 million. So, we have families who are unable to achieve permanent housing through rapid rehousing, but the ability through this funding will ensure that we can continue that pipeline moving forward. So that's pretty much it in a nutshell after following Jen, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions or comments from board members? Supervisor Kano?
Thank you, Chair Scott. Director Sullivan, I appreciate your recommendations. I wanted to clarify, because I didn't see in any of the materials that jurisdictions will be able to apply for this funding.
Chair Scott, Supervisor Kano, yes, and actually in the past, jurisdictions have applied for and have been awarded funding.
Thank you, Director and Chair Scott. I just want to commend Director Sullivan and this team for really putting into motion the board's vision of increased dollars. I am very pleased that we have done what was instrumental to the priorities of this board, which was to engage the Housing Commission in a lot of these discussions. And I know that this is really just step one in that process. Well, I think we're technically like on step 2 right now, but the next time that we are hearing from you, Director Sullivan, on this framework, I'm excited to have it be with an award right next to it to all of the entities in our jurisdiction that are working diligently to decrease our affordability gap and our housing gap here in our region. So thank you, Chair Scott.
Thank you, Supervisor Kano. Any other questions or comments from board members? All right, if there are none, I will move that we accept the recommendations of the Regional Affordable Housing Commission and staff in terms of the fund allocations they recommend.
Thank you.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen.
And Chair Scott?
Yes,
just
please.
For discussions and really the administrator, is this a historic investment, Administrator Lesher, $8.5 million?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Kano, it absolutely is a historic commitment to really making sure that there's an extraordinary impact into this community to deal with this issue of housing and housing affordability and addressing homelessness. So thank you very much.
All right. All those in favor of accepting the recommendations indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Sullivan and Director Darland. Let's go back to item number 9, approval of the consent calendar. I will move approval of the consent calendar as posted.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Consent calendar is approved unanimously. Let's go now then to item number 10. This is unfinished business plan for foreign direct investment from Mexican-based companies. Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much, Chair Scott, members of the board. At the last meeting, we had an initial discussion about the plans for some, an initial, if you will, proposal for initial phasing to begin to look at a plan to develop foreign direct investment. At that time, there was a request by Supervisor Allen for an understanding of what organizations were currently doing what in what parts of Mexico, and that memo was provided. Mr. Chiordi Viscovi, I'm sorry, my brain is fading with my voice today, I'm afraid. Staff is here to provide any additional information.
Thank you. Any questions, comments from board members? I actually had a few, if none of my colleagues do. I just wanted to say I'm comfortable supporting the recommendation from the administrator for the $100,000 as outlined in the August 15th memo. I'm not comfortable supporting anything beyond that unless and until more is reported to the board on the components of this strategy. And what I'd like to hear And I don't necessarily need responses to this today if there's time that we need to put this together, but I'd like to know if there's any role for the Chamber of Southern Arizona with any of this based on our contract with them. I'd also like to hear more detail in terms of the alignment with the Economic Development Strategic Plan. And also more information with regard to what it means in terms of transparency on the effectiveness of our overall foreign direct investment efforts. That one bulleted item right there, Ms. Lesher and Mr. Vescovi-Chiordi, it says, through asset analysis, development of appropriate key performance indicators to measure performance in alignment with the Pima County Economic Development Strategic Plan with anticipated goals for engagement with Mexico and transparency on the effectiveness of our overall foreign direct investment efforts. To me, that means more than just Mexico. So some more detail on that bulleted item. The next one, a little bit more detail on partnership development. Who and what are we talking about in that section? I'd like to know more about the purposes and goals for foreign direct investment delegation visits here and in Mexico. That's also mentioned in the memo. And then more details on the last bullet, because it strikes me as one of the more substantial in the memo in terms of its ramifications. Additional development consideration of a range of methods for business attraction and expansion, including talent attraction. I mean, that's one sentence, but it says a lot in just that one sentence. So I'm comfortable moving to accept the recommendation from the administrator as outlined in the August 15 memo, but I just wanted to get some more information. If it needs to come forth later, that is fine.
Second.
Okay, and moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Thank you. Discussion on the motion. Supervisor Allen.
So first, I want to thank Director Vescovi, the administration for providing more information. And, you know, I am a huge champion of the value that there is for Pima County with our proximity to Mexico and the relationship that we have and relationships that we have and others in the region have. I think the thing that concerns me the most right now about this proposal is that it takes from a contingency fund that that is $1 million, and we are 8 months into a 4-year administration that has caused unprecedented havoc on the social safety net that then shifts down to the county and local government to have to try to stitch back together. While I support this, I can't allocate 10% of our contingency fund, of which we're only 2 months into our own budget for it. Given that we're already hearing about the impacts and cuts and strains on our health department, on critical programs within community workforce development. We've got nonprofit community organizations coming to us and asking us to help problem solve for shortfalls in funding that are impacting meals for seniors, access to food for refugees, to other communities within the county. So my hope is that we can flesh this out and move forward with this in the next year's budget rounds, especially given, right, that would be drawing from this contingency fund, and that it's something that requires a build up, right, over time, and that the payoff would happen over time. It just is not hitting the right, sort of the right buttons for me, given given just the state of things right now. I wish I could. I wish I could get there, and conceptually, I love it, but it just feels like I can't do it right now. And I'm just worried about that, the diminishing and the strain on the $1 million contingency fund.
Thank you for those thoughtful comments, Supervisor Allen. And I just wanted to ask if the county administrator could respond in terms of the recommendation of having the figure come from contingency and what that means in both the short and long term.
Thank you, Chair Scott. What I think we're looking at is ramping up and allocating these dollars through the year, that this is $100,000 that we would be funding for the year. And I don't think we're looking at spending the full amount tomorrow, but that we can see how we are moving through the year to be able to identify the consultants. It's going to take some while to see how we find the partnerships where offices might be located. And so our hope are that as we continue through the year, we begin to find other opportunities to have cost savings that can accommodate some of what we recognize are going to be very, very difficult financial times this year and next.
And just to follow up on that point, Ms. Lesher, if there is a role that the Chamber of Southern Arizona can play, along with their contractual obligations to the county, that might be a way of addressing some of the concerns that my colleagues shared.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
And
Supervisor Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hear very loud and clearly what my colleague from District 3 is saying, and in light of what's going on at the federal level, I think that means we should be doing this as much as we can because Mexico is our largest trading partner. It does require a ramp up, but the time to do this is like 5 years ago, 3 years ago. I think that we are already kind of a little behind, and just tariffs today, gone tomorrow. I mean, all the sort of uncertainty that's happening at the federal level, alienating our trading partners like Mexico especially. This is something that not just the county, but lots of jurisdictions should be looking at doing to the best of their ability. So I do support this initial modest investment, and then getting some more information as we move forward into the next budget cycle to inform how we can hopefully flesh this out even more.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Cano.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I will not be able to support this item today. I am concerned about us not giving the economic development team the staff power needed to be able to execute its duties. I think that what I am seeing in the background material is more along the lines of ongoing expenses rather than one time. And so I'd rather have a robust conversation about what our commitment as a county will mean for this really important effort. And I share concerns about taking away from the contingency at this time, given the fact that our director let us know last meeting that that was a limited fund to the tune of $1 million. What I will support is any proposal that increases our staff power in the economic development team and additional programming to support initiatives like those advanced by the District 2 office in this proposal. But at this time, I do not see that I can endorse those recommendations as presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cano. And my understanding from your comments is that you'd rather have this worked into a discussion of next year's budget.
Well, let me be clear. It is one supervisor's opinion that we should have more than the 3 FTEs allotted to the economic development team right now, that the city of Tucson, is winning us on every single day. So I would hope that it's been expressed in numerous ways that we have that be a part of next year's budget. But I think that is not just this item.
Thank you, Supervisor Cano. I appreciate your clarifying comments. Supervisor Christie, anything from you on this item? Okay. All right, let's do a roll call vote. Ms. Manriquez.
Chair Scott, can you please restate your motion?
Yes, thank you. I'm moving that we accept the recommendation from the county administrator as outlined in her August 15th memo to the board to expend the $100,000 out of contingency.
Supervisor Allen?
No.
Supervisor Cano?
No.
Supervisor Christie? Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Chair Scott?
Yes. Item fails 2-3 with Supervisor Hines and I voting in favor. All right, let's go on to item number 11. And both item number 11 and item number 12 were put on the agenda by Supervisor Allen back on July 1st. And we're getting recommendations from staff based on the vote of the board back on July 1st. But I wanted to turn it over to Supervisor Allen in case she had any introductory comments.
Well, first of all, thank you to staff for putting so much time and thoughtfulness into developing this proposal. I think it is a reflection of some of the gaps that emerged within our body of policies throughout the process of Project Blue. Gaps that I think prevent us from having some good governance practices, having democratic participatory practices, full public engagement, and ensuring that government bodies that need to make government bodies have the information that is needed to make good, effective decisions when those decisions can land in their laps. So I think we reached out to a number of organizations and some experts around non-disclosure agreements from around the country and did some poking around to see if there were other policies in place in municipalities. And one of the things that we found was that there aren't a whole lot. There's a few states that have contemplated statewide legislation, but in fact, what we are considering is fairly groundbreaking to ensure, put some real clear definitions and some practices and some bumpers and some sunshine periods in place is it's groundbreaking. So I'm really proud of the work that's done to get us here. There's a couple of a couple things that I just want to tease out that I think are so incredibly important within this policy. So one is that it creates a 90-day sunshine period, which means that before any county public body is going to have a decision to make, be it the Planning and Zoning Commission or this body as the board, 90 days prior to that decision, the non-disclosure agreement will conclude, and information, in fact, this correlates with the other policy that's next on the agenda for the enhanced due diligence and environmental impact review. There will be full disclosure of not just kind of the project details, but also, and we'll get into this into the next item, what the potential impacts are on our land, our air, our water, our climate, our health, et cetera. So the sunshine period is fairly groundbreaking. It also narrows the scope of what is considered proprietary information. And I think I've been using the phrase around wanting the precision of a scalpel rather than a wrecking ball when it comes to what is covered within non-disclosure agreements. And so the policy breaks down and defines what is not going to be included in NDAs, some key terms. It also defines who is covered in the NDA, which has been a point of contention. And I think we found ourselves in a position with Project Blue where we were informed that we were signatories or subject to the NDA, but at the same time, we were told that we couldn't get any information because of the NDA. And so some clarification around who is in and out and what that means and what information you have access to and don't based upon whether you are in or out of the NDA. So all of those clarifying pieces, I think, are just incredibly important to good policymaking and good public engagement. I have a couple of amendments that I wanted to put on the table.
Go ahead, please.
So one is just a small detail, but I think it's clarifying. So in section E, it currently states public disclosure of the project details shall occur no less than 90 days, et cetera, et cetera. So I would move to amend section E to read public disclosure, and this is the new language, of all materials collected per board policy 31.4, enhanced due diligence process for Pima County economic development projects shall occur, and then it continues on with the existing language. So it's just an amendment to ensure that we, like when we say that, this is like what materials, like what it is that will be disclosed to the public, that we're being clear. And there's a reference back to another policy that outlines what that information is that would be disclosed. So that's.
And 31.4 is?
That is the policy that we are going to consider
Okay, that's
next
what I
on
thought.
the agenda.
All right, thank
Yes.
you.
So,
All right.
you know, all of these pieces are a
Got
little linked
Okay.
to one another. So that would be contingent upon the approval of 31.4. And
Understood.
if that one is approved, I don't know how we might do this, but if that one is approved, then I would like a reference to that policy to be included in section E so that we are clearly defining what is disclosed.
Can I ask, Mr. Brown, as our parliamentarian, can we consider that amendment now before we consider item number 12?
Yes, Chair Scott. Just as described, I think by Supervisor Allen, just make it contingent on the next item passing. And if the next item doesn't pass, then we won't add that revision.
Okay. Thank you for that. I just wanted that clarification. I'll second your motion. Any discussion? Supervisor Kano?
This is on the overall, or
Oh,
just on the
no,
motion?
just on her motion.
No, thanks.
Okay. All right. All those in favor of Supervisor Allen's motion to amend item E as described, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. Supervisor Allen, you said you had a couple of amendments?
I do. I would also move to amend section H, which is about coverage, to read all county employees, excluding boards of supervisors and their staff, unless specifically named as signatories to the NDA in accordance with applicable laws. And this is just to make it right. These are, if we want to participate in the NDA, right, that is for Board of Supervisors members, like that's a political decision. And we should be able to have the option of whether to be under the umbrella and then get the information and be part of the NDA, or we should have the option to be outside of it. And then as a result of that, not get the information and not be part of that. I think it provides some clarity, both for what we should have access to and not. But ultimately, those are political decisions that I think that elected Board of Supervisors should make based on an understanding of what our constituents would expect from us and where we want to be.
Mr. Chair.
Administrator Lesher.
If I may, and if I can just get clarification, that the proposal would be excluding members of the Board of Supervisors and their district staff?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Supervisor Kano. Discussion? Supervisor
Chair.
Christie. Go ahead, Supervisor.
I'm concerned about the legality of this whole exercise we're doing with the amendments. Shouldn't this be continued for public review of the amendments? They're not publicly posted, and there's been no opportunity to let the public know that these amendments are being proposed. And I'm concerned that this might be in some sort of a violation before we can proceed.
Let me ask Mr. Brown to respond to your concern as our parliamentarian.
Chair Scott, I don't know off the top of my head. I'm not aware of a public review requirement for a policy change like this, but I can check right now.
So I think what Supervisor Christie is asking is if this is a proposed policy.
We've seen the memorandum. The memorandum has been posted. It allows the public to review the memorandum. Now we're amending the memorandum, and before we vote on them, and shouldn't all of this be posted publicly before any final vote is given?
Mr. Brown.
Chair Scott, that's up to the board.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we had a motion and a second. And could you read the motion again, Ms. Manriquez, please?
Chair Scott, I was actually going to ask Supervisor Allen to restate her motion.
Yeah. All county employees, excluding boards of supervisors and their district staff, unless specifically named as signatories to the NDA in accordance with applicable laws.
And Supervisor Cano, you're still okay seconding that?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Discussion on the motion. I anticipate being able to support the item once we talk about all of the amendments, even if this one is agreed to. I can't support this amendment just because I think it's going to lend an air of uncertainty and confusion to parties that are negotiating with the county in terms of who's allowed to get what information. I understand the reason why you're making the motion. I see it as fraught with uncertainty moving forward, so I won't be able to support this particular amendment. Any other discussion? Your hand is hovering, Supervisor Hines.
I mean, I've said this publicly after like multiple violations of the NDA for Project Blue. So, I'm pretty experienced with this that I didn't know about existing. So I don't know. I don't feel too bad about that. But I truly don't feel like this is settled law. I don't think that elected officials should be bound by NDAs in any circumstance, frankly. So I don't know. But that's not super specific to the amendment, I guess. Sorry.
Any other comments on the motion? Let's do a roll call vote on this, Ms. Manriquez.
Supervisor Allen.
Yes.
Supervisor Cano.
Yes.
Supervisor Christie.
Is that a yes or no?
Did you say no, Supervisor? Okay, no. All right.
Supervisor Hines.
I'm going to abstain from this one.
Chair Scott.
No. Now, let me ask a question because that's 221, but we're talking about the whole policy, proposed policy together. That doesn't mean that this goes back on a future agenda, does it?
That was an amendment, right?
Yes.
That wasn't the whole thing.
Pardon me?
That was just the amendment.
Right, it was just the amendment, but that's why I'm asking, because board rules where there's a tie, sometimes it goes forward to the next meeting, but I don't know how we do that with something that's an amendment.
Let me double check the language, Chair Scott. One moment.
All right.
Mr. Chair, if my colleagues could speak more directly into the mic, it would be very helpful. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Christie. Yeah, thank you, everybody. If you can just remember to speak into the microphone, because it's difficult for Supervisor Christie to hear. We're just waiting on a ruling from Mr. Brown.
Doing amendments separately. We'll wait for Sam.
Do we have any hold music? Someone hum a little. Yeah.
Well, are you volunteering?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, Chair Scott, I believe this is not a motion on the item. It's a motion on the amendment, so the amendment fails.
Okay, thank you. All right, did you have any other amendments that you wanted to offer, Supervisor Allen?
No.
Okay, all right. I had, I'm sorry, Supervisor Kano, were you turning on your microphone? No? Okay. I had a couple of amendments to offer. First of all, and this is in the policy, under number 2, Part A, lowercase c, it says a confidential list of active NDAs for economic development projects will be provided to the Board of Supervisors semi-annually. I would move that we change semi-annually to quarterly.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Kano. Discussion on the motion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. Right, now I'm going to go to uppercase C, the extension and project report. It says, before the expiration of the initial 180-day period or a subsequent extension period, and upon request for an extension of the NDA, the Economic Development Director will prepare and the County Administrator will provide a report to the Board of Supervisors about the project scope and user. I would move that user be struck and that we insert use.
So sorry.
No, I made a motion, but if it dies for lack of a second, so be it.
Can you just clarify why?
Certainly.
Can you please clarify the reason for the amendment?
The reason for the amendment is I'm going to trace back to July 1st when we passed this item, asking the staff to come forth with new procedures for using NDAs so that we could have more transparency, more information, but not put ourselves in a position where we might lose some kind of edge or advantage with other jurisdictions that might be competing with us. And I think if we know the use of a project, that's sufficient information for the board. But if a user name might be concerning to developers that we're negotiating with.
Okay, I'll second.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor. All right. Any discussion on that motion? Supervisor Kano.
Thank you, Chair Scott. Are you open to something as simple about the project scope, its usage, and its user, or is the term user something that you want to define with greater clarity?
I wanted to take user out. And that's why I just thought if we dropped the R and just had it say use, that would be sufficient for the board, but might provide some reassurance to people who we're negotiating with. Again, I'm just trying to not put anything in there that could cause us to lose any kind of advantage with other jurisdictions. Supervisor Hines.
Were you still, I'm sorry, was Supervisor Kano still?
I'm good, thanks.
Okay, so, and this is based on the rest of the policy, everything is going to be 90 days ahead of any public meeting where there's a vote, an approval, that everything would be seeing the light of day. right?
Yes, the way it's written, and thank you for that question, Supervisor Hines. Administrator Lesher or Mr. DeBonis, I responded yes to Supervisor Hines' question. I just if you could confirm that based on how the policy was
Thank you, I'd
drafted.
agree, but as you know, Mr. DeBonis and Mr. Scorbacchiordi are here to provide, they know all of the deadlines. I believe that we've got the 90 days correct.
All right.
Chair Scott, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Allen.
I would just ask the administrator and staff if you are comfortable with this language in there or feel like it will impede or inhibit our prospects.
Are you asking, just to clarify, are you asking, are they comfortable with the current language or the proposed language?
With the current language
Thank you.
as naming the user.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. DeBonis.
Chair Scott and Supervisor Allen, staff is comfortable with it based on the information being provided to the board in executive session.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All right, let's do a roll call vote on this one.
Supervisor Allen?
No.
Supervisor Connell?
No.
Supervisor Christie? Supervisor Hines?
It was changing user to use.
I'll support this, yes.
Yes. Okay, item fails 2-3 with Supervisor Hines and I in favor. All right, one last attempt here. If you go down to section F, authorization, the last sentence says, an NDA for an economic development project will also be signed by the economic development director. I'd like to take out economic development director and insert county administrator or designee.
Second.
Moved and seconded by both Supervisor Allen and Supervisor Hines. Discussion. Okay, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. All right. So at this point, I will move to approve policy D31.3 as amended.
Second.
It's okay.
And I only did it just because trying to move us forward, although you were the one who said...
That's okay.
All right.
That's all right.
Thank you, Supervisor. All right. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Wait, just discussion.
Oh, I apologize,
No, we have-
Supervisor. Thank you. I apologize. Yeah, go ahead, please, Supervisor Christie.
We keep talking about the process not having the type of transparency we want. And all of these amendments that this board just passed were never really put before anyone in the development community, anyone who's been in charge of bringing businesses and industries into Tucson. I would have liked to have at least gotten their take on it and their input, which we did not in this process. That's why I voted down on all the amendments, because they did not have an opportunity to review them. And I think the ones on the front lines trying to deal with the competitive nature of bringing industry to our region needs to be included in all of this. And I just want to point out to the board, my colleagues, that the specific plan and comprehensive plan amendment went through a very long and belabored process that has been in existence in Pima County for decades. The Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed all of the elements of Project Blue, and they voted unanimously 8-0 to approve the project. And in that process, there are numerous pertinent county departments and administrations that have very in-depth and intimate dealings with all aspects of Project Blue. They have expended much time, effort, and energy to review the entire plan. They had much time to decide whether or not this was an appropriate plan for the county. The Planning and Zoning Commission voted that it was. And you look at the names of the departments that had an opportunity of review and of comment on the plan: transportation, flood control, wastewater, parks and recreation, City of Tucson water expansion area, schools, environmental quality. And in each category except the schools, which was a non-applicable element, in each category of those departments, their comments were no objection, no objection, no objection. With the City of Tucson, upon annexation, the property will be served. It seems to me that before we embark on another area of trying to send out a very plain and clear message again that Pima County is not open for business, we need to have a robust review of what took place as far as this plan, and also an element where those who are on the front lines, the Chamber of Southern Arizona and other entities, private and public, that have to deal with bringing in industries, have an opportunity for more comment, for more hearings. I think it's unfair and unwise that we're making these steps, and basically, I think some of my colleagues on the board and some of our friends in the City of Tucson really want to usurp this whole process I just outlined, and what they really want in their end run result is for the Board of Supervisors and the Mayor and City Council to usurp and throw away this entire process that has served our county so well, and basically have the authority, the jurisdiction, and the control over any and all industries themselves that come into Pima County and Tucson. They want to be able to say, yes, yes, no, yes, no. They don't want to have to deal with the findings of an extensive planning and zoning review. It further bodes that there is some sort of a mindset that there is this long line of industries just waiting to come into our region, knocking on Pima County's door. Please let me in. And with the way Project Blue was handled from beginning to end, particularly the end, it ain't going to work that way anymore. There aren't that many industries out there that would even consider coming into Pima County. And by putting more hurdles, as the item that we just voted on stipulates, if we put more hurdles in front of companies that want to look into moving to Pima County, it's just going to make it that much more difficult for us to obtain them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. Supervisor Cano?
Thank you, Chair Scott. I want to thank my colleague for introducing this item, Supervisor Allen. What you have done is work in partnership with our county administrator, who has also used a stakeholder process to be able to ensure that the policy we are voting on today is not only one of being ahead of the times, but making sure we are not behind the times. The fact is that most jurisdictions in the state of Arizona have a similar policy. And so for there to be any suggestion that Pima County is not open for business or that we are trying to reverse course is just simply not factual. And what we ought to be doing is figuring out how we can have economic development conversations with our region that put the people first. And I do believe that sunlight is the greatest disinfectant, and that's why I will be supporting item number 11. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other comments from board members? Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. And to a point that Supervisor Christie, you mentioned, I believe my commissioners reflected to me that they were told this could be one of, I think, 2 or 3 uses. They were not told this was for sure going to be a data center. So I think, am I misremembering that? Or maybe staff can remind me about that. But so I don't think they had complete total clarity as to the specific use that this parcel was going to be, would be used for at the time that they were reviewing things. So, but they did vote unanimously. That's true. But I also wanted to hear from staff. Obviously, they've been very involved in developing this entire NDA policy.
Would Supervisor Hines please speak up?
He's having trouble hearing you.
Sorry. But if I could hear from staff as to whether or not they believe this will diminish our ability to attract site selectors going forward. I think the process that happened to the city of Tucson will diminish our chances of having anyone come to Southern Arizona because of how people were treated. But at least as far as the county goes and this particular proposal, Mr. DeBonis, Ms. Lesher, are you concerned that this will in any way adversely affect our ability to still be considered by site selectors as Pima County?
Administrator Lesher.
But I will turn it to Mr. DeBonis, Mr. Vescovi-Chiordi.
Thank you. Mr. DeBonis.
Chair Scott and Supervisor Hines, staff has heard the discussion that's taken place on the heels of Project Blue, and I think that there clearly were opportunities for enhancement and for clarity in terms of how we're using non-disclosure agreements. And so staff has attempted to outline an approach in this draft to balance the ability to continue to do economic development, attraction, and expansion work with the need for greater transparency and public input in the process, and believe that we have fashioned an approach that enables the Board of Supervisors to receive information on an ongoing and regular basis earlier in the process. I do not believe that that will negatively impact our ability to pursue those economic development opportunities. Also, though, we have fashioned this without fully test driving it, if you will. And so we're going to learn along the way. And the beauty of it is that we can come back and we can make amendments to it. So I'll just leave that there and turn it over to Heath to give any feedback that he wants to offer, being much closer to working with those attraction opportunities.
Thank you, Mr. DeBonis. Mr. Vescovi-Chiordi.
Chair, Vice Chair, simply put, I agree with Mr. DeBonis's assessment here. We can work with whatever tools we have available to us in order to do retention, expansion, and attraction. And I think as this evolves and grows, so will it, the way that we actually put this process forward. So I feel good about this specific policy, and I know that we can utilize it in an appropriate way that enables the board to have additional information at a cadence that is beneficial to them. Thank you.
And could you just expand, please, either one of you or both of you on and I appreciate the term that Supervisor Cano used, stakeholder process, the stakeholder process that you went through as you were drafting this policy for consideration by the board.
Pardon me, sorry. Chair, Vice Chair, yes. So we started developing the policy based off of what already existed within the county. We looked at the existing template that we had, made updates to that specifically, worked directly with Pima County Attorney's Office to make sure that we had all of the legal information correct as much as possible before taking it to the Board of Supervisors for their review and for their approval or suggestion for approval. And I think what we've created based off of involving the stakeholders that needed to be involved, specifically county admin, Pima County Attorney's Office, as well as our own research outside of the county specifically with other jurisdictions across the state as well as into others, we formulated a policy that we were comfortable and confident with it, making a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors.
And did that stakeholder process also include discussions, consultation with members of the business community here in Pima County?
Specifically, we did not have robust conversations directly with the business community. We did have a brief interaction with the Chamber of Southern Arizona on this as well, but we did not have the time to reach out to the business community at large specifically.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
Chair? Could you ask Joe Snell to please address the board on this issue?
Are you asking me to do that?
Could you please ask Fletcher McCusker to address the board on this issue? Could you please ask Carrie Sylvan to address the board on this issue? Everyone you've talked to is in the public sector, and they work for the county administrator and they're not gonna argue about a plan that was presented like this. It's the private sector that has to deal with it and bring the businesses to our community, and they're not even being consulted on this, and you just heard that from our economic director. This is why it's such a farce to bring this up without including the real people who are really involved in it at the front lines.
Chair Scott.
Thank you.
Hold on just one second, Supervisor Cano, because I think Mr. DeBonis was seeking recognition.
I think I'll go first. Chair Scott, I want to ensure that I correct the record of what was just said by my colleague from District 4. If there are people who need to opine on this policy, they have had over 1 week to be able to give input into this document, Supervisor Christie. And so for us to haphazardly say that there has not been consultation, I will not entertain that from this dais, and I will not accept that kind of treatment of our staff. Can we please, Administrator Lesher or Mr. DeBonis, can you give us some guidance as to how this policy aligns with what other jurisdictions are doing? And shouldn't that be a standard that we should be paying attention to? If it's good in Maricopa County, if it's good in Goodyear, if it's good in Tempe, why is it bad for us to suggest that we should not be doing this?
Administrator Lesher.
Mr. DeBonis or Mr. Vescovi-Chiordi?
Chair Scott and Supervisors Christie and Cano, I will let you know that I spoke directly with representatives at the Chamber of Southern Arizona. And so as we had that conversation, they asked me whether staff felt that the draft as it was crafted was workable. Did we have concerns at the staff level? And as you've heard today, we do not. There is a bit of an unknown, but we feel as though we've struck a good balance and it will enable us to function. I think that as we look at the policy and how it relates to other jurisdictions, those that we reached out to have a mix of strategies or approaches or policies. So I think the things here to keep in mind is that nothing that is in this policy is significantly different from what we've done previously, other than we are coming to the Board of Supervisors earlier in a process where we're interacting with a prospective economic development client and informing the board in a way that keeps you able to know the details as we progress through that process. The other thing that it does is it includes the public disclosure process, that 90-day period ahead of an action being taken by a public body. And I believe that that will only help to engage the community in a way that leaves them feeling that they are part of the process rather than coming in as an afterthought. And we heard the criticisms of secrecy in the case of Project Blue. And I just want to say that staff has worked through this economic development project like we have the countless others that have gone through and have come to the board for some action. So I think that largely what's reflected here is a documenting of what Pima County has done with a few additions to increase the flow of information to the Board of Supervisors and then eventually to the public, and that jurisdictions are attempting to do what we're seeking to do here, I think, in their economic development pursuit. So I feel very comfortable that where we are is going to also be consistent, but also help to define for others a path to do exactly that balancing of the flow of information and the pursuit of those economic development prospects.
Chair Scott, let me put this another way. Mr. DeBonis, you would not be bringing forward an item to the Board of Supervisors if it was not in alignment with our shared goal of recruiting and attracting major or small employers to our region.
Chair Scott and Supervisor Cano, staff would not have brought you something that we were not comfortable with.
Got it. And Chair Scott, just some quick comments. I heard mention of Mr. Snell, I assume Joe Snell. Mr. McCusker, I assume Fletcher McCusker, and I assume Carrie Sylvan, by my colleague from District 4. All of those individuals have some affiliation with the Chamber of Southern Arizona, and to my knowledge, can you confirm, Administrator Lesher, have we received any opposition from those 3 individuals or from the Chamber as a whole on this particular item, number 11?
Chair Scott and Supervisor Kano, we have received no opposition, and there has been communication with representatives of the Chamber. I don't know if they are those 3 individuals, but the Chamber.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from board members? All those in favor of adopting the policy as amended indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. Let's move on to item number 12. This is proposed policy for environmental impact reviews of economic development projects. This was also introduced by Supervisor Allen, so I'll turn to her for any introductory comments.
Sure, thank you. And again, thank you to Carmine and Heath for really digging in and giving us a really strong board policy proposal. This is another one that kind of falls in the category, I think, of lessons learned and lessons learned from the process around Project Blue. When that proposal landed in our lap, the only specificity that we received was from economic benefit analysis. Missing, as we've continued to hear, was details, especially early on, around water usage, energy uses, scope and scale of initial or full build out, and then the potential impacts, what those might mean on air quality, public health, and so on. So, during my time working for the traditional government of the Western Shoshone and when I worked for Border Action Network, I spent a lot of time reading environmental impact statements, right, for proposed dams and bombing ranges and mine expansions. Those reports were all part of a process that was defined by the National Environmental Policy Act. And while aspects of that process were flawed, it provided communities an essential opportunity to have a voice in projects that might impact them and for people to get an insight of what was on the table. So given the scope and scale of projects like data centers or others that are high water or high energy users, transparency and public participation and just having access to really core information is essential. The county could do better to ensure that decision makers, as well as communities and the public, have the full picture of what's on the table and understand the potential impacts, positive or negative, and have a voice in that decision-making process. So that is why I'm so excited about this policy. For starters, it will, we're going to have a policy that requires environmental impact reviews and transparency and ample time for the public and the board to have the information they need to make good decisions. And that significance cannot be overstated. Beyond that, this proposal is comprehensive. It acknowledges and builds on the leadership and expertise of Pima County staff and the departments, and it relies on institutional knowledge and experience of departments countywide. Flood control, wastewater, conservation lands and resources, health department, and the list goes on and on. This policy also represents an enduring commitment to see our community holistically, meaning that making it clear that we cannot consider impacts, environmental or otherwise, in isolation. Rather, it also allows us to see the cumulative impacts or the disproportionate impacts or unintended consequences of policy ideas and proposals that land on our table. All of that is vital for transparency and good decision making. So I am proud to have introduced this and had board support for moving this forward back in July, and I'm thankful again that it's before us today. That said, I have 2 amendments that I would like to propose. So one is that so public health is listed in section 3 as a key project evaluation area, and I'd like to see the Public Health Department listed explicitly as a consulting department under Section 5, Pima County Department Review. So my amendment is that we amend the policy to include by name the Pima County Health Department under Section 5, Pima County Department Review.
I'll second that, but has this been moved and seconded already?
Oh.
Did
No, it's fine.
I thought to amend something you had to move it. We can do whatever we want, the lawyer left.
We didn't do that with the last item. Yeah.
So I will second the underlying item if you would like to move it, Supervisor Allen.
So moved.
And I will also second the amendment proposal.
Okay. Just to clarify, we didn't do that with the last item. We waited till all the amendments and then
sorry.
we moved it as amended. But
I don't know what the rule is.
are we Ms. Manriquez?
Chair Scott, board members, so just clarify what is being done right now. Are you guys making a motion to approve the proposed policy for the EIR, and then you're going to make amendments, or are you going to do your amendments first?
I think our question is, we can do the amendments first and then move it as amended. That's what we did last
That's
time,
what we
right?
did last time, yes.
Okay, so we're fine. So go ahead. So you're moving to amend Section 5 to add the Pima County Health Department under Pima County Department Review.
Yes.
And that was seconded by Supervisor Hines.
Yep.
Discussion. Supervisor Cano.
Chair Scott, just a very in the weeds question. The verbiage related to the amendment about the health department functions can be given to staff to come up with that. So as long as they're included, so that there could be uniformity with the other outlined items. Does that question make sense?
It makes sense, yes, because the other departments have specific areas of focus. And what Supervisor Allen's amendment is to add the Department of Health, but it doesn't necessarily, but she did make reference to what was in Section 3 with regard to public health. Under Section 3, it says potential public health effects and mitigation requirements.
So that could be the language
yes,
for
it could
the
be.
other item.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. That would be my friendly amendment.
All right. Is that acceptable to both the mover and the seconder?
Indeed it is.
All right. Got all that, Ms. Manriquez? All right. All those in favor, further discussion. All those in favor of the amendment indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. Supervisor Allen, you said you had a second amendment.
I do. Under Section 8, additional review and reporting, I would like to add an additional bullet that includes a review of past performance of the user or applicant that is relevant to any aspect of the proposed project.
In terms of their, if they had a similar project in other jurisdictions?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I'll second that. Discussion? Did you need that repeated back, Ms. Manriquez? I thought you might. Go ahead, Supervisor Allen.
I would add under Section 8, titled Additional Review and Reporting, quote, a review of past performance of the user or applicant that is relevant to any aspect of the proposed project.
And I'm still fine seconding. Discussion on this motion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. Do you have any other amendments to suggest, Supervisor Allen?
I do not.
Any other discussion on the item as amended, Supervisor Cano?
Thank you, Chair Scott. I have a question for the administration on a term that I've seen used twice here on page 1 and on page 3. The term environmental impact review and then also environmental justice review, can you please tell us what the difference might be between the two? I see environmental justice used as a term on item number 8, additional review and reporting, in bullet number 2. I have yet to receive information as to how the two differ.
Administrator Lesher, before you answer that, the clerk requested that we move the item as amended before we have further discussion. You wanted to make that motion, Supervisor Allen?
So moved.
All right. And seconded by Supervisor Hines. Now we'll have discussion. And if you could respond to Supervisor Kano's question. Sorry about that, Supervisor.
No, thank you.
Thank you very much. We are familiar with the environmental impact review. I would turn to staff for the additional clarification about the environmental justice piece.
Yeah, Chair Scott and Supervisor Kano. So environmental review could be the entirety of impacts on air, on water, on climate, noise, if you will. Environmental justice review may be a specific additional detailed review looking at impacts for maybe historically disadvantaged communities or other populations that might warrant further analysis than just the cursory review of those broader impacts.
Thank you, Chair Scott. So, and Administrator Lesher, Mr. DeMona. So it would just be additional environmental information. There's not a different tier of requirements for justice review.
So, Chair Scott, Supervisor Kano, it could have additional components associated with it. So it may be more of a term that's utilized in federal grant processes. There's, certain criteria or rubric that communities are required to go through that analysis. There are certain instances, for example, with air quality permitting, where we have to demonstrate compliance with federal air quality standards, and as part of that, they have a defined set of criteria that they say you must review this project and this permit application against. So it's an additional level as may be required or triggered from other standards.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from board members? Okay, all those in favor of item number 12 as amended indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. We're on now to items 19 and 20. And because they were both addressed in a memorandum to the board by the county administrator, I'm going to move both items 19 and 20 together, but we'll obviously have discussion of them.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Kano. I just wanted to point out for my colleagues, the media, and any public that is still watching, that when Administrator Lesher in her memo to the board about both these items made reference to expenditure limitations that cause local governments to often use short-term debt to fund long-term capital obligations, that those are expenditure limitations that are within the Arizona Constitution and that apply to all local governments. And also wanted to point out something that has been brought before the board before when we've had these issuances before, which is that the county, compared to other jurisdictions in the state, indeed in the country, pays off its short-term debt much more quickly than other jurisdictions, some of which can take up to 40 years to pay off similar issuances. So I just wanted to make those 2 points to my colleagues and to the public before we considered these 2 items. Supervisor Kano.
Thank you, Chair Scott. These two items, if you get into the details, it could be very complicated. And I want to thank our finance director and his team, and of course our administrator, for responding to the inquiries that District 5 had on these particular items. And I also, I look forward to the day when we can pay down this debt so that we can invest more in the people of Pima County. But I appreciate these steps and just wanted to make sure I thank our finance staff.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other questions or comments from board members? All those in favor of approving items 19 and 20 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Both items pass 5-0. All right. I think that we are on to hearings, and we have items 34 and 35, which are liquor licenses. And unless there's anybody here to speak to these items, and I don't think there are, I will move to close both public hearings and approve both licenses.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Items pass 5-0. Let's move now to development services. This is a hearing on a conditional use permit, and this is in District 4. So wanted to defer to Supervisor Christie in case he wanted to make any motions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are there any participants in the audience that wish to comment either way on this conditional use permit?
There's nobody here,
Seeing
Supervisor.
none, I move to close. Seeing none, I move to close public hearing on the conditional use permit for the Rincon Fire District on South Camino Loma Alta, and subject to the approval of the standard and special commissions and of the hearing administrator.
And I'll second. Any discussion by board members? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. We're now on to item number 37. This is hearing on a rezoning ordinance, and this is in District 5, so I'd turn it over to Supervisor Kano if you wanted to make any motions or comments.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I move that we close the public hearing and approve ordinance 2025-20.
I'll second. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Item passes 5-0. We're now on to item number 38. This is a hearing on a code text amendment. And seeing nobody here to speak to this item, I will move to close the public hearing and approve ordinance number 2025-21.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Supervisor Kano.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I look forward to supporting the item and want to commend our regional wastewater reclamation team for ensuring that we do have a robust sewer outreach subsidy program to support our most vulnerable in Pima County. I am also wondering if the administration can get back to me on some additional information about how our systems are talking to one another, meaning if somebody is getting support through the SOS program, how are we also doing our due diligence to ensure that they're getting resources that they need on any other related service that the county can provide to reduce costs. I know that this is a complicated particular item because it involves a bill that we don't send out and all of that, but I'm just looking for us to not have our most vulnerable go to 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 different applications to be able to get the critical support that they need. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Allen.
I was going to say something very similar, in fact, to ask whether or not there are ways to do co-enrollment, And if you sign up for one, that it automatically gets you signed up for other utility subsidy programs if there's collaboration that can happen directly with, be it Tucson Electric or Tucson Water or the Ajo Water District, et cetera. But that if we could look into doing that, so again, lowering the burden, because while I am really appreciate the expanded subsidy program. It does seem like the biggest opportunity is in the spaces around enrollment and the lack of enrollment. So anything that we can do to help connect the dots and ease the application process would be better. I do have a question around just what efforts are underway to increase enrollment. A lot of it is just tied to getting the word out, and wondering how that is being broached.
Administrator Lesher. Mr. DeBonis.
Chair Scott and Supervisor Allen, and to Supervisor Cano's point, we'll be happy to come back to you and give you details on how we're coordinating and co-enrolling. So we've done this particular amendment in coordination with the City of Tucson, Tucson Water. They're making the same change so that the same updated tier system will apply to those Tucson Water customers as well. Also through the Community Action Network, we do a lot of co-screening, co-enrolling, but it's a good opportunity for us to go ahead and share that story with you and with the public. Regional wastewater departments working with the Pima County Communications Department on campaigns so that we can expand outreach. I think one of the biggest things that we can do is help people know that these resources exist to assist them. So as we formulate what an expanded campaign looks like, we'll give an update to the board on those efforts. But that is currently underway to try and not only communicate this particular change, but figure out how we can reach more people who are in need.
Any other questions or comments from board members? All those in favor of the item indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. And at...
Chair Scott.
Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Cano.
Right when we thought so. I asked for a moment of personal privilege.
Certainly. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I wanted to thank Supervisor Hines for his hours of service with the Regional Transportation Authority. I failed to mention during that item that I know that took a lot of effort and a lot of time on the part of my colleague from District 2, and I do believe that the proposal now that is before the voters it has his fingerprints all over it. So I just wanted to say thank you, and of course to our administrator for the leadership that you also embodied on the Technical Management Committee. I might be getting that term wrong, but TMC, not Tucson Medical Center. Thank you, Chair Scott.
Thank you, Supervisor Cano. And yes, thank you to Supervisor Hines, Administrator Lesher, and also Deputy County Administrator DeBonis, who is also a member of the TMC. All right, because I know your Wednesdays were jam-packed with lots of fun meetings. All right, we are adjourned.